That's good.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Everybody's here. Everybody's in.
এই আমার নাম দেখাচ্ছে
Oh, all right. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Faryal Meher, and I'm the co-organizer of this workshop. I'm working with Dr. Tapas Sen. I would like to welcome all of the respected guests and the attendees to this event. Now, I would like to invite Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor sorry, St. John Green, Dr. Tapas Sen, and Dr. Asim Bhumik, who is Indian project lead from Association of for Cultivation of Science, and Dr. Mao from Tianjin University, who is our Chinese lead. We also have Dr. Lingzi Wong via Zoom, and she's also our Chinese lead from East China University of Science and Technology, Shanghai. And Dr. Tapas Sen will formally start the workshop now. I would also like to apologize for the late delay who are waiting on the Zoom, the audience who are waiting on the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Periel, for your nice introduction. Today we are in a great events where we have Professor St. John Green, who will welcome as well as give some sort of information about our research strength as the University of Central Lancashire. But before we start formally, I would like to tell something about the housekeeping formalities. So we are not expecting any fire alarms today. There is no fire alarm drilling today. So if you hear something, I will direct you. So through this door, there is a fire door on the right. If you go farther down, there is a fire door in the left, right? And then I would like everybody to switch off their mobile phone or in a silence mode, because we don't want any disturbance during that time. And those who are joining from the Zoom, could you please mute your microphone, because we don't want any disturbance during the presentation. And the last thing, we will follow the time scale as we schedule. So I will warn everybody when they're presenting. And during the lunch session, we will also give some information how we'll proceed to the second stage, which is the panel discussion. So I would like to invite Professor St. John Green to show what we do and our strength. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Tapas, and good morning to everybody online. And I hope the weather with you is better than it is with us today. I'm absolutely delighted to be given this opportunity to just say a few words about the university, but I want to put that in context of the way the world is currently and the way universities need to fit into that world. As you can see from my face, I carry a few extra years than I would probably like to admit. I am not the future of the world, unfortunately. For a long time I felt I was, but I'm not anymore. But my 21-year-old daughter probably is. And for those of you who work in environments where individuals of that age exist, we of the elder generation, my generation, have a responsibility to guide and plan for the future. And I believe that we as a university have taken that stance in our research and knowledge exchange arena. I'll explain a little more. We as a university are very large, relatively. We have around 38,000 students spread across the city of Preston that we sit in today, but further afield across our noble Lancashire county. But we also stretch globally into countries such as China, into Cyprus, and into the Middle East. We have a large footprint and a large number of students. And with that comes a responsibility, a significant responsibility. And when I took this role on as the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research and Knowledge Exchange, it was clear that we were pretty widespread in our ideas for research. But what struck me was digging more and more into the requirements of research direction for the United Kingdom, particularly in aligning with the rest of the world, was the influence that the Sustainable Development Goals were having on the world, certainly majority of the world, and therefore was having on our research. I took a decision back about 6 years ago to be relatively strict about what research I would internally promote, support, in some cases fund, because I wanted the university to that the future depended upon telling, impactful, translatable research in the areas covered by the SDG. And therefore, I organized and demanded that the research community, and Tapas Sen is a good example of a leading member of that community, but I made it clear to them they had to focus on areas that wasn't just producing research papers. That's great. We're all very proud of research papers, but it had to have impact. It had to translate into an impactful form. And I believe a conference such as this today, which is an extension and an ongoing theme around global pollutants and policies that deal with them and the environmental consequences, but also the danger of forever chemicals, is absolutely pertinent to the journey we as a university are on. And we have created a number of institutes within the university which incorporates colleagues like Tapas, that I've made it clear that unless they stick to the direction of travel that fixes such issues such as global pollution, then what are we actually doing as a university? What is our point? What are we leaving behind as a legacy? And I go back, I have a 21-year-old daughter. That future for her is going to be guided by some of the decisions we as universities, and we're a good example of that, are taking. And therefore, reaching out globally to a trans-international conference such as this is absolutely vital for UK PLC. We cannot do this alone. We clearly have our own agendas. Unless we expand that agenda out into that international world, we are going to wither. And of course, at a time where we're making decisions here in the UK about political futures, this message is probably one of the most important messages that any government can take forward. So I'm absolutely delighted, Tapas, to be here. I think it's a great honor for me. My background, some of you may or may not know, I trained as a surgeon. So the whole area of global pollution was locked outside the operating doors for me for a long time. Perhaps I was treating some of the consequences of that global pollution, there's no doubt. Some of the cancers that I saw, one could argue there were association with some of the issues that you guys are dealing with in your research arena. But I am passionate about supporting this type of activity. The university is passionate about supporting this type of activity, and we look to reach out and create collaborations and partnerships with many of the participants who are taking part today. And with that, I'd like to extend an incredibly huge thank you and acknowledgement to the British Council of India and that of China, who have demonstrated a faith in programs such as this, and attendance through colleagues is a great honor, I believe, to us as a university, but particularly to you, Tapas, and your colleagues for putting the conference together. Can I also reach out to the Royal Society of Chemistry, who I think have acknowledged your efforts over the years, Tapas, as we have as well, and I'd like to extend my thanks to them, and also to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Panel for the UNEP. I'm very grateful for their attendance, support, and the narratives that they've written around these events. The future of the world is uncertain. There are some remarkable political events taking place across the world. It is up to the leaders in conferences like this to dictate the direction of the world going forward, particularly as a healthy, well-being, and safe place to live. I hope that those younger ones amongst the audience present here today and online recognize that what is going on here are individuals trying to predict what's going to happen in the future and what will make it a safe place for my 21-year-old daughter to exist. What I would suggest is that as a university, we're an example, I think, of the appetite within the higher education institutions of the United Kingdom to contribute and support these events. I will continue to support Tapas, and we will continue to support these types of events. I know today, from the technical events this morning to the panel discussion this afternoon, will be impactful and will be informative, and I think leave a legacy and an appetite to create more activity. So on behalf of the university, I want to welcome everybody to the conference. I want to say thank you for coming to this sunny Preston. I think the sun was out just as I came over. It's probably gone by now, but nevertheless, that was the summer, been and gone. But I would very much like to thank you all for coming, and I hope today is as impactful as it looks on the paper agenda. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Screen, for welcoming our guest, both physical presence as well as online. Now is my talk to say something about my role in the specific activities. And you can see that the title of my talk, maybe I can dim a little bit of the light. See. Yeah, that's better, I think. So, if you look, the title of my talk is an overview of capacity building project for United Nations Environmental Program. Now, if you go to the next slide, I can tell you that I'm associated with what's going on with reference to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Panel, a new global framework for chemicals. And we have had a declaration in September 2023 that we should come up with some sort of plan as a science policy panel for the Royal Society. And you can see that we have a full document, which you can read it through online. And that is Global Framework on Chemicals for a Planet Free of Harm from Chemicals and Waste, United Nations Environmental Program. And there is a link over here. So if you go over there, you can see more details about what are the regulation. If you go to here, so we said something in the declaration that a planet free of harm from chemicals and waste must have a pollution in the world's largest risk factor. If you look, we identified the risk for disease and premature death, with pollutions from chemicals contributing to millions of these deaths, illness, and disabilities each year. The second, management of chemicals and waste is essential for achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Chemical pollution, all those things will be counted, and we think that it could be as a 10% of the global gross domestic product, GDP. And if you look over here, the next one, so we can identify the chemicals which will continue because we need chemicals. Industry will keep on producing chemicals, but we will have to have a regulations. So the government has got the responsibility to come up with a policy, how much we can actually allow to develop those type of activity using different chemicals. So annual global chemical sales were projected double between 2017 and 30. The impacts of chemical pollutions are higher in countries with limited chemicals management capacity. For example, we have got delegates from China and India. During the panel discussion, we can actually look, yeah, what is your regulations and what are our regulations are developed and what we can help each other to go further, okay? Then if you go to the next slide, we have identified several parts of the chemical industry under the United Nations Environmental Protection's 8 priority issues of concern, and they're in alphabetical order. We are not saying that the top one is the most risk. So you can see here chemicals in products, endocrine disrupting chemicals, environmentally persistent pharmaceutical pollutants, hazard substance in the life cycle of electrical and electronic products. You know, nowadays electronic products are, you know, everywhere. So we need to think about how we can control, including the electric car. Okay, electric car batteries are run by electrical, you know, battery. So highly hazardous pesticides. So there are countries like India, they're fully dependent on the cultivations on pesticides use. So we need to think about what could be the consequence for that one. Lead in paint, yeah, that has been identified that it is a big issue. Nanotechnology and manufacturing materials, when you are looking for nanomaterials to apply, so the nanomaterials, when they go to the environment, what will be the fate of those nanomaterials in terms of environmental toxicity? Then nanotechnology and manufactured materials, and then the last one is the PFAS, okay, perfluoro and polyfluoroalkyl substances. So those are the major bullet points we have identified for the United Nations Environmental Program 8 priority issues. So over here, I just wanted to show you that we recently had a meeting together as a science policy open-ended working group 3 before the Geneva meeting in United Nations in 2023. You can see that the people who attended, and we have got extreme left, Camilla, who is basically the international lead for the UK government, okay? Camilla Alexander White, and she is leading this activity. And you can see that we decided how to go for the roadmap for the Geneva meeting, okay? So if you go to the next slide, you can see that we have identified that our research in the University of Central Lancashire is having an impact, creating a capacity building project with India and China. And you can see clearly that there are 3 areas we have identified. One of them is the Pan-Africa Chemistry Network, where we have Jamal, who is working on that area to build a capacity building project. Then we have got another person, Matthew Davis. He's also working in Africa to develop this type of activity, which is the impact case. And then we have identified our activity is under the British Council, where we can actually work together between the developed and developing nations like India and China, and then come up with the policy together. And then the last one, different private companies, West and we Cycles, they are franchise, they can also join in that specific group. under the capacity building. So capacity building is out of 5 different streams under the United Nations Environmental Protection. So the next one, you can see that what we have presented in the Geneva meeting, that my presence in the University of Central Lancashire since 2008, we have run something like 5 projects already delivered, 3 of them ongoing. So 2 with the Chinese leader and 1 with the Indian leader. We have communicated with the different stakeholders in India and China, and we have a proof of engaging undergraduate student, postgraduate student, PhD student, exchange visit between the 2 countries, and then we convey what we do between the 2 organizations, both in India and in China. So there is a video over here, which I presented during April meeting. One of them is the Deputy Director of the British Council on the top, and the bottom one, the British High Commissioner of Kolkata. So there is a video, if I show you.
So all the magnetic beads have gone and you get a clean water system.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
You see?
I do.
Yeah? So
That's
again,
really-
you bring that back,
Uh-huh.
so they come into the suspension and you can reuse again and again and again.
I need you to show me that again, and you can take a picture of
Okay,
us doing it.
Okay. so you want to take your
I
hand,
know, I'm
just
excited.
place it over here. Yeah.
Science was my
Yeah.
favorite topic when
Yeah.
I was in school, but now somehow I ended up.
And then watch carefully, just place it over
You know,
here.
I can but even it's being pulled, you know?
Yeah.
Very interesting. So it's in here,
Yeah.
and now I.
So we have a demonstration outside during the lunchtime.
Oh,
Some of our members. So this is another one, which is definitely-
All
And it's taken their parts for that.
to the magnet, yeah? So if you look over here.
that's a event which we organized in India. So we can skip that one. And then you can see that we have actually outreach to different places, different organizations, different members from the global community. And these are the examples of what we have delivered at UCLan and outside UCLan. And then this all together has been placed in the United Nations Geneva meeting. And I have actually give a presentation via Zoom platform. So this is the one. Hi, my name is Dr. Tapas Sen from the University of Central Lancashire. I'm a reader in nanomaterials chemistry and a fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, fellow of Royal Society of Medicines, and a fellow of Higher Education Academy in UK. In this video, I want to present that we have been very successful in obtaining several research projects with India and China since 2011. We run 5 projects with India and China since 2011 to 2020. And then we have been very successful post-COVID submission. And we have granted 1 project with India on microbial detection using nanotechnology tools and methodology. And then we have just been funded another project with China, and that is related to the translational research to transnational education. Now, those projects are always funded by British Council China, British Council India, in partnership with local funding bodies like Department of Science and Technology in India, University Grants Commission in India, and National Science Foundation in China, along with several industries like Tata Chemicals in India. Now, as I said in this video, I want to showcase that these projects have been built based on knowledge exchange, based on student and staff exchange between the 2 countries. We had several staff and student exchange between China, India, and UK. And we ran several public engagement events involving industry, local stakeholders, and municipal corporation by educating them the consequence of chemical pollutions and microbial pollutions. Now, we also ran last month 2 important policy public engagement event in India and China. In those events, we wanted to educate people that the importance of chemicals, groundwater pollutions, for example, arsenic and fluoride in India, Similarly, forever chemicals in all over the world is creating an issue on public health due to the consequence of a report from Royal Society in UK, Royal Society of Chemistry in UK to the government petition. So what I would say that we are in collaboration with the Royal Society of Chemistry, University of Central Lancashire, and several organizations from India and China, trying to build a capacity building for United Nations. So if you have any questions, you can always email me into the University of Central Lancashire email address, which is tsen@uclan.ac.uk. Thank you so much. So if you go to the next slide, not only that we organize this type of event, you can see that we are heavily engaged with the young students who are from the school. These are all our activity related to engaging next generation of the students. So one of the photographs, you can see that our students who are here, they engaged with me for showcasing our research and, empowering those type of young kids to come and see. And the last one, you can see that my name were published in several media recently after our events in India and China, and they indicated those the consequence of PFAS, perfluoroalkylated substance, what is the health consequence. And then I would like to say that's the good news that one of our ex-PhD student, Dr. Kurban Ali, has just been funded by UPSRC, Engineering and Physical Science Research Council, and Environmental Research Council, National Environmental Research Council. And this PhD student who completed PhD and had a career break. So it's not only that we are doing an outreach, we are also promoting people who had a career break. Yes, so he is going to start his project from 1st of August for 2 years under the same capacity building. Okay, so with that, I think I would like to thank to the audience. I would like to thank the online audience. And if anybody has got questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Nobody has got a questions, then we complete that opening speech, and then we go to here, and then we will invite the technical speaker one after another. I think Professor Clean, you will be going, right? Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming. Oh, you want to take? Okay, so let's come together. Yeah, so that's fine then. So we can stand here. Yeah, come forward. Yeah, we can have then technical session. I think we can go to the front, right? Yeah, so they can see actually from online that we are taking a photograph. Oh, man in the middle. Come forward. Come, all of you come. All of you come. Yeah, we can take a group photo there. That's a good idea, Riva. I think about that. So they can see the whole audience. Those who are actually online, there's a camera over there. You can see the whole audience. And somebody you have to take a photo. Okay, you take a photo fast, and then I go and take a photo with you. Mama, come over here. Just wait for me. I need to go to the center. It will be better. Just give me a moment. I will take one photo. That's fine. So you want to take one? I take one. Anyway, she or maybe can you switch on the light? Oh, it's okay. Okay, I think it's okay because the background will be very strong and otherwise. No? Okay. He's done. Very good. Thank you, Saint Damian, for coming and giving the time for half an hour. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have the technical session. So the first speaker. Now, this is Professor Mao. Are you ready? Yeah, you can come. I'm just opening your talk. And then share the screen. That one, that one. And then share this screen. Okay. Okay, so now I would like to formally invite Professor Mao Gozu. And you can't believe him that he traveled morning 3:45 in Beijing, Wednesday, the 3rd of July. Wednesday, the 3rd of July, he was in Beijing at 3:45, and he's giving a talk 10 a.m. in UK time in Preston. So I should give a very big thank you to Professor Mao. He's very energetic. And when you went there, you can't believe the way they organized the event and the tremendous hospitality. So I'm very fortunate that I started a collaboration with you.
Yeah.
And you are here today, and I will reciprocate during your stay. Okay, so your time now. So you will have 15 minutes to 20 minutes presentation,
yeah,
and then if anybody has got question, 2-3 minutes. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you. First, thanks for Dr. Tapas's invitation. It's my honor to come to Ukraine to join this workshop. In fact, 3 months ago, Dr. Tapas and Faya just visited Tianjin University in China, and we have another workshop in Tianjin University, and it's very successful. So I think Dr. Tapas is very great organizer for international cooperation, for scientific research, and for sustainable development in the worldwide. So today my title is about charting the future, global policy for forever chemicals through biodynamics, patent analysis, and technology forecasting. First is introduction. Forever chemicals is a term used to describe a group of man-made chemicals. And forever chemicals have a highly persistent in the environment and don't break down easily over time. So now is catch global worldwide attention to the risk analysis and prevention. In the worldwide, many countries and have enacted regulations to limit or ban the use of certain PFAS, especially those that are considered to pose a high risk to the environmental and healthy. In our research, we have 3 paths. First, biodynamics. For biodynamics, we can identify research trends and understand academic concerns in certain field. Second, we do patent analysis. As we all know, for companies, they think patents is more important than publish papers in journals because patents can protect their profits. So patent analysis, we can know what company are doing their business in the market and what they focus on. The third part is technology forecasting. After we do biodynamics and patent analysis, we have a thorough understanding in one field, and then we will think about what will appear in the future, what will be the hot pot in the future research. As a master student or PhD candidate or for researchers, what we can focus our attention to a certain narrow direction in the future that can bring our good output. So this is our research idea. Firstly, we do bibliometrics in this field. This is mainly for journal papers. We have find 982 journal papers in this field. We use the keyword about persistent organic pollutants and persistent pollutant and environmental pollution. And then we can see the publication trends. It keep growing, especially after 2020. It's about 10% compared with the previous one. And then we can find this field is gradually being emphasized, and that topics related to persistent pollutants and environmental policy are the hot topics nowadays. And also with bibliometrics, we can see the cooperation or the international cooperation network for different countries. America publish the most journal papers, and second is China, and then Canada, the United Kingdom, Spain, Germany, and Sweden. And we can also see the co-occurrence relationship or keywords. In this graph, we can see the exposure health level persistent organic pollutant is a bigger spot. So that means this keyword appear more in the journal papers. And also we can see the timeline. For example, we can see the different color means the former research and the recent research. So we can see, for example, persistent organic pollutant and exposure suggest that these topics began receiving attention around 2017. And the new research topics, the lighter colors, such as PFAS and the PFA, indicate that these topics are starting to become research hotspots around 2020. And also we can see some hot keywords. For example, persistent organic pollutant and health. They have many links. And also some nodes such as policymaker have fewer connections. And for bibliometrics, we can find some high cited journal papers. And some paper can be cited, for example, 100 or 200 or more. So we can select some high cited papers to have a deep analysis why this paper is cited for many times. Generally, they have a very new idea and then affect the future research by the other researchers. And second part, we can do patent analysis. We can search the keyword in Derwent database, and then we found 233 patents by persistent organic pollutants or persistent pollutant. And with similar analysis method, we can see the keyword connection and the cooperation network, and also find some important patent that have a high impact in this research area. The third part After the bibliometrics analysis and patent analysis, we can do something about the technology forecasting. Now there are many software and methods to do the similar analysis about the technology forecasting. In our work, we as ARIMA, this is a software. And then we can find the past keyword and predict what the keyword may be very important in the coming 5 years or more. The keyword include persistent environmental health, organic pollutants, exposure, pollution, project substances, and PFAS. The frequencies of this keyword have varied over time, and the forecast trends from 2024 to 2028 indicate that the frequencies of some keywords such as pollution and persistent may decrease or stabilize, while other keywords such as health and organic are expected to remain steady or slightly increase. And we can also notice the keyword frequency changes. And that means in different period, researchers may focus on different keyword or research area. This image shows the trend forecasts for the top 10 keywords, including actual data from the past to predictions for the future. The keywords included are persistent, environmental, health, organic, pollutants, exposure, pollution, project, substances, and PFAS. We can see the graph. After the data nowadays, we can do some prediction for different keywords. That in this with this method, we can guess what will catch more attention in our research. Also, we can see the connection between the different keywords. Summary. In our research, we can find that there has been a significant increase in global research and policy attention to persistent organic pollutants and permanent chemicals. And with bibliometrics analysis, we can see, especially after 2020, the number of research papers on persistent pollutants and environmental policy has increased by about 10% per year, indicating that this field is becoming increasingly important. America, China, Canada, and the UK and the countries with the highest number of published papers reflecting the high level of global concern about these pollutants. And the high frequency keywords reveal changes in research hotspots. Through keyword co-occurrence analysis, it's found that persistent organic pollutants, exposure, pollutants, and health are high-frequency keywords. The dense links between these keywords indicate the close correlation and common concern of research hotspots. The time evolution from 2017 to 2020 shows that emerging pollutants such as PFAS have become a research hotspot in recent years. Technical projection inferences that health and organic pollutants will continue to be research priorities. The pattern analysis shows the co-development direction of pollutant treatment technology. First, patent analysis shows that current research focuses on the core technologies of pollutant treatment and environmental management. There are relatively few patents related to PFAS, indicating that there are great potential for development in this field. So that's my sharing, and in the future, we will cooperate with Dr. Tapa's group, and we can do the deeply research in this field. Thank you.
I think we can take one or two questions if the audience has got, yeah? If not, then we go to the next speaker. I think we can discuss, but one thing I wanted to tell about Professor Mao, that Professor Mao is an environmental engineer and he is a computer data analyst, right? So what we are planning to do together as a new project, that if we can translate our research towards the direction of education. Okay, so we are trying to build something called transnational education. And this afternoon at around 5 o'clock, we are meeting with the dean of the engineering school, because he's from environmental engineer. I'm from chemistry, but I'm sitting in the School of Pharmacy and Biomedical Science. So I think I will invite some of the Indian colleagues as well. So we go together and talk to him, and he has kindly accepted that he can join for dinner as well. Okay, so that during the dinner, he is coming as well. So we can have some joint discussion. Okay. So have you got any questions to him?
First of all, lecture, the way it's supposed to work and everything. That's why I just would love to appreciate you for the, I really like it.
Thank you. I have several master students that use different methods to try this way, and we can exchange the thesis and idea. Okay.
Thank you once again to
welcome.
Professor Mao for coming all the way and presented, right? Thank you. Thank you. Now we have got another project lead, which is from Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, Professor Oshim Bhaumik. And I would like to say that Professor Oshim Bhaumik is not here for the first time. I mean, there is something called your screen sharing is paused. I don't know what is that comment means. I'm sorry?
Already shared.
No, is everything okay, right? So this, this message shouldn't have any concern. So that means we are not sharing, right? So stop share, and then we can, no, we can go for sharing that screen now.
Okay.
Yeah, sharing again. And then this is the one, share. Okay, so now it should work. Correct? You are screen sharing. That's good. Thank you. Okay, so just I wanted to introduce Professor Oshim Bhaumik, that he has been here many times. So this is his 4th visit. And we successfully delivered one project under the UK India Education Research Initiative. So the Indian counterpart funded by the Department of Science and Technology, and our funding, the British side, was funded, not just the British Council, is the different stakeholders, including British Council. So our contract was between British Council and University of Central Lancashire, and their contract between their organizations and Department of Science and Technology. So today, he's going to share some of the works, fascinating works we are doing under the ongoing project. And that involves his expertise on developing some metal organic framework materials, right? And Professor Senjan has already informed that we are not looking for number of publications. We need an impact, right? So in that context, we have also another collaborator, Dr. Somnath Rai. He is actually an engineer, I would say, but his background is chemist, but he is developing devices, okay, sensor devices. So he's developing the material. So he will live up to the point where the application will come forward, and then Dr. Somnath will kick off from there, because he's not a materials person, right? So that's the way they will share the presentation. So Professor Bhaumik, is your floor now. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sen, for kind introduction. So we are working on porous nanomaterials, which will be used for absorptive removal of pollutants and detection of them. So basically, if you see the inorganic pollutants, there are heavy metals like mercury, lead, copper, which can pollute water heavily. So if you see, it can affect seriously to different organs and even risk of cancer. So what we do is to develop new materials, porous materials, which can sense these metals and as well as remove them from the contaminated water. So you need material with very high surface area for adsorptive removal. And then these materials are highly sustainable. So adsorptive removal means cycle after cycle, it can run months and years. So these are cost effective, highly recyclable, and easy to operate. It started this for adsorptive removal, you need a material with a very high surface area. The field initially developed from natural zeolites way back in 1756. Then synthetic zeolites in 1940s, where you have microporous zeolites developed. Say, for example, modernite is shown here. Then these pores, if you enhance the size of the pore, then you can do the adsorption of bulky molecules. See in 1992, the development of MCM41, mesoporous material with supramolecular assembly of surfactants, which can guide this type of structure. Then metal organic framework that Dr. Sen has talked about. So we have a range of metal organic frameworks which we can synthesize. Then in 25, you have the covalent organic framework, which is basically the organic materials. So just give a brief introduction of how the porous materials, these materials are designed with some sort of templates. If you have tetraalkyl ammonium cations, which can guide the structure. So this, during the synthesis, the tetraalkyl ammonium cation guides play the role of template for the condensation of inorganic nuclei. And once you calcine this material, this organic will come out and you get the porous structures. Similarly, if you use the supramolecular assembly of surfactant, that will guide you this type of hexagonal array of pores. So say, for example, MCM41 or SBA15, you calcine and you get a beautiful porous hexagonal honeycomb-like structure. And it shows very high surface area, and accordingly, it has very high adsorption capacity for pollutants. So metal organic framework, just metal and ligand through solvothermal synthesis, you can see a wide range of metal organic framework can be synthesized with a very high surface area, with a surface functionalization, which can adsorb or chelate the metal cations to give you very high adsorption efficiency. And these are very highly recyclable because efficiency is retained for over a longer period of time. Covalent organic frameworks can be synthesized. This organic framework can be synthesized by different routes, that the boronate type, triazine type, hydrazone type, or imine. The imines are most popular because this sheet-based condensation gives you reversible condensation to give you this type of assembly of unit. So they can stack together to pi stacking and then give you this type of 2D hexagonal type or 2D type structure. Then porous organic polymers. These are another type of materials which are synthesized by condensation between these individual nuclei, polycondensation reactions. And you can see this porous organic polymer with a porphyrin type ring can be synthesized through the hydrothermal synthesis route. Now we come to the type of inorganic material which can use for this type of adsorptive removal of pollutants. See gamma alumina. So mesoporous gamma alumina actually synthesized in presence of salicylate templating route, where salicylate act as a capping agent. So once the alumina nuclei form, very small nuclei with a 3 to 4 nanometer size, this salicylate moiety assembled together and it forms aggregate. And once you calcine this material, these organics will come out and you get the porous, mesoporous structure. You can see the left-hand side here, you can see the assembly and you can see the mesophase forms because the periodicity of the pores are there. And then right-hand side, you have the high wide-angle powder XRD corresponding to the crystal structure. Then you can see the TEM images suggesting the formation of the small particles, tiny particles, and they are assembling. This material shows very high surface area. Two material has been synthesized by using different concentration of salicylate, and you can see the surface area varies from 360 to 500, and their porosity is in the order of around 3 nanometer pores. This is used. You can see the encircled one, this one. So this is a sample of water collected from Baraipur region of West Bengal. You can see the arsenic content in this material. I mean, this water sample is 257 before absorption, and you can see it reduces to 39.2, below 50 ppb. So it is drinkable from drinking water source. And absorption efficiency is 84, and you can see the distribution coefficient is also quite high. So another sample is showing around 80% of arsenic removal efficiency. And all these are having high distribution coefficient. So one can remove this heavy metal arsenic from water sources. Then we can functionalize the pore surface with some, not only the heavy metal, you can have if you have dyes like methylene blue, if you have surface functionalized with carboxylic acid, you can remove it through the exchange. You can see the cation anion interaction, and then the heavy metal can absorb by the corresponding carboxylate. Similarly, we have several works like periodic mesoporous organosilica. This is also an interesting area of research, but we have developed this type of periodic mesoporous silica having this type of thiodiazole moiety. Thiodiazole has sulfur as a very high affinity for mercury. That's why if you have this mesoporous material with a functionalization with the sulfur-rich surface, so it can absorb selectively the mercury. And this type of periodic mesoporous silica, you can see the type 4 isotherm. This typically steep rise of capillary condensation occurs, pore size around 2.9 nanometer. Pores are hexagonal. You can see high resolution TEM, this NMR data, silicon NMR as carbon 30, suggesting the hexagonal array. This powder XRD, you can see the hexagonal mesophase 100, 110, 20 corresponding to the MCM41 type hexagonal structure. And after a mercury absorption, you can see this is the electron microscopic image suggesting that the mercury is cast at the pore surface uniformly. And you can see the mercury removal efficiency for this material is retained almost 100%. You can see it is retained after 6 cycles. And after absorption, you can see the powder X-ray diffraction also retained. This suggested that very robust structure, robust PMO structure with this sulfur-rich thiodiazole moiety at the pore surface. And this absorption kinetics, if you see, is a very fast kinetics. Within 5 minutes, all this from here to here, you can see this is for mercury, for heavy metals like mercury, cadmium. This absorption efficiency is very high. So this type of material can be used for commercial use for the removal of mercury from polluted water. Another material which we synthesize is a porous organic polymer. I will not go details of this synthesis. You can see the tetraamine can be synthesized here. You have NH2, NH2, and then condensation with this aldehyde will give you these aminal type linkages. And this material has very high surface area, over 1,000 meters square per gram. And this 13C NMR and FTIR spectroscopy suggested this type of framework, aminal framework is formed. Then you see the nitrogen sorption isotherm is a very high surface area, more than 1,000 meters square. And the pore size is very small, it's 1.2 nanometer. You can see the very small micropores distributed uniformly. This high resolution TEM suggested the assembly of particles as well as the micropores present in the material. And you see here, this imine NH and the sulfur, this form a chelate with this type of mercury. So mercury can chelate here. So it adjusts very high amount of mercury from the polluted water. So we have published this work, and you can see this absorption efficiency, how much mercury absorbed, this 3,106 milligram per gram. and the 961, 691 for corresponding to organic mercury, methyl mercury. So if you see the comparison table for over the years, different materials have been synthesized. You can see this one is the highest one, removing mercury mercury from polluted water. So we have several other materials like PMO with this type of imine moiety, like condensation of monomer, diamine fluorophore condensed with this type of diamine fluorophore containing mesoporous silica, which is hexagonal, which is again hexagonal. And then you can see this high resolution TEM, this hexagonal array of pores. And these are the characterized by nitrogen sorption isotherm, the typical hybrid. This hysteresis suggesting the presence of mesopore in the material. This shows very high absorption efficiency for different heavy metals, like you can see zinc, iron, cadmium, mercury, and their absorption efficiency, cation removal efficiency is in the order of 90s. So one can synthesize different type of porous materials, microporous material, mesoporous material with the surface functionalized species, which can chelate with the metal cation. Here you can see the chelation occurs between this metal and this phenolic hydroxide and the imine nitrogen. So this helps to absorb a large amount of heavy metal cation at the surface. Similarly, we have chromium absorption also, so I don't have much time to discuss. But anyway, you can synthesize different type of microporous and mesoporous material using different synthetic strategy involving templates, which can guide you a robust adsorbent as well as sensor for the detection and removal of pollutants. So what we do recently, very recently in this project, we have synthesized a cobalt mop with a mixed surfactant templating pathway using this type of ligands, which we have this diamine benzoic acid and bipyridine, which give you the lamellar type structure. You can see the lamellar type structure and single crystal powder, single crystal database. We can resolve the structure. This is a lamellar type structure, and you have nitrogen sorption isotherms suggesting the presence of micropore. And then this is used actually in urea oxidation reaction. If you see the water splitting, electrochemical water splitting, in the cathode you have hydrogen evolution, and the anode you have oxygen evolution reaction. But oxygen evolution, OER, is a very slow process. In order to speed up this process, if you use urea as a oxidant during the electrolysis process, it oxidizes, and you see the nitrogen and carbon dioxide is a product. So you have evolution of these gases, and then the because of it, this is a 6-electron process over the 4-electron OER process. So this process is speed up the hydrogen evolution. So you have higher amount of hydrogen evolution in the process. So we are working on that. Then another work which we are carrying out with in collaboration with Dr. Rai, Dr. Somnath Rai of CGCRI. So where we can design porous organic polymer, you can see the porous organic polymer is synthesized through the condensation of this this sulfur species and this olefin through polycondensation reaction. This material has been characterized by several techniques. You can see the this TGA plot, this TEM, which suggested the assembly of particles, then the 13C NMR, which suggested this type of framework is formed. And this is also characterized by different technique. You can see the BT surface area is quite high, 622 meters square per gram, with specific micropores, very specific micropores, 1.17 and 1.68 nanometer size. And the powder XRD is suggesting that it's amorphous nature. Then the thiol and in polymer having the FTIR spectroscopic data. So we have characterized this material, and Dr. Somnath Roy will talk about the electrochemical application. So with this, I summarize all this work, and I acknowledge British Council for providing fund in this through this Going Global project. Then I have some other projects with Indo-German projects, then SERB project, Tata Steel Collaboration Fund, some of my PhD students which contributed heavily, and especially I'd like to thank Dr. Tapas Sen for his kind participation in this project, and thank you all for your kind attention. So I'm happy to address.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhowmik. Okay, we will take one or two questions from the audience. Yes, come on.
Yeah.
Once they've captured the potential,
Yes.
what do you then do with the whole substance? Like, are you removing the metal after?
Recyclable.
Recycling, okay. So if you treat by acid, no, then the metal will come out. Once you absorb, and desorption is processed through by acidification. If you treat with acid, that will leach out, and that much you can use it to separate next time. So that way the recycling can be done.
So following up that questions actually, so you captured the pollutants in your solid matrix, and then the question is, what do you do with that materials containing the pollutants? So your answer, you said that you can take out by acid digestion, but then the pollutants containing acid, what do you do with that one then?
No, we
You
collect.
Yeah, you collect it, yeah?
We collect and dispose.
So it's basically is a waste management program. So once it's done from the environment, then the waste management program, like we have got a chemical waste, we do not throw things. So it's the same
No,
with
we
it.
cannot throw
Yeah.
that.
So that's good. Anybody has got another question? Yeah, Mara?
Is this the sustainability of new materials using electrical currents? So I mean, new material doesn't break down using the electrical redox reaction you are doing. So after purifying the water, does it have any physical?
Electrical,
No,
we
the
have-
question, I'll tell you, the question is that when you are trying to do water splitting using urea, you are using a materials.
Mhm.
So the question is that material can sustain the process of that chemical reactions. I think
Yes,
is yes.
yes.
Yeah. The answer is yes.
We
yeah.
did powder XRD after long time, 10-hour
Yeah.
electrochemical application, and then powder XRD data has been retained.
Residues in the water after doing the job, because you are using redox reaction electrochemical current. So this can enhance breakdown in the material itself, so it can be residues in the.
Partly it may break down, but you can see the powder XRD data it retained, suggesting that most of the part, maybe it's say even 10%, but your efficiency has been retained for a longer period of time.
So the X-ray diffraction, you know that one, that is a powerful technique to identify whether the materials has been decayed or decomposed. So his answer is not any change after few hours or whatever. So that means the material is stable, 10 hours, yeah. Have you got any other questions from the audience? Yeah, tell me, Yola.
Yes.
That become a time where you cannot generate the media. So with other media, we see drop in efficiency over time. So you can wash it, acid wash it, but the absorption ratio will drop and you will need to introduce new media. In this case, what would you do with the old contaminated media? Are there places to recycle it or dispose of it safely?
No, actually, we did 7 to 8 cycles,
Yes.
but it retains. I mean, you see the PMO material, it retains almost 100%. I mean, 99%. So the absorption efficiency is not changing over the time. In some cases, there is some drop, especially in inorganic materials, inorganic alumina that I have shown. So there may be drop of 2 to 3% during the 8 cycles. So we can use, even if your efficiency is around 90% or so, that can be prolonged for another 10 cycles or another 20 cycles or so.
And after that, when you need to introduce new media, what do you do with the old one?
We do up to these 20 cycles also.
I think again, if the question is related to the waste management.
Waste
how do you
management,
manage?
yes, yeah.
How to manage the contaminated
So
material?
what is,
So you will have a small volume that has a lot of percent contamination. What would you do with that?
Actually, we work on laboratory scale, not in the large scale,
Industrial scale.
industrial scale. So in industrial scale, there may be problems, so we have to work on that.
Because this is critical, I think, step for commercializing
Yeah,
it.
That step we have not arrived yet, but we are working in the laboratory scale on. Yeah, policymakers.
The
will.
nuclear waste as well.
Yes.
From the nuclear reactor, so they must have a very serious management scheme, so in this case also.
I mean,
You have to coordinate.
maybe I can actually explain a little bit to Yola. You know, what they're doing mostly in a batch reactor. Batch reactor means a round bottom flask and then mixing them together. But if you are fixing in a column reactor, usually industry does it using a catalyst. That catalytic life cycles, when they finish, to dismantle that one is a big process. We know that one, right? So dismantling the old materials and reloading the materials, it's a big process. So he is not up to that point. He's doing only the batch. Yeah.
Batch reactor.
Okay. Yeah. Have you got any other questions? I just want to ask you one question. Okay.
Okay.
You mentioned something about the arsenic you have got somewhere in municipality water. That is Babuihati or something. Yeah.
Baripur.
So then you measured that the concentration of arsenic was 250.
250,
By
sir.
treating with your materials, it came down to 39 ppb.
Yes.
And you said is actually allowed to drink, right?
Yeah.
So what is we can discuss during the policy, what is the limit of arsenic pollution we can allow in the Kolkata municipality?
Yeah, around 50 ppb.
50 ppb. Okay, thank
50
you.
ppb. Yeah.
I got it. Okay, so let's thank to Professor Ashim Bhomik once again. Thank you. Okay, so now we have got an industrial speaker, Mr. Gary Hogben, and I can tell you the story about Gary Hogben. I met him during my presentation in Viral College in 2009. Gary was invited as a speaker. I was invited as a speaker in Viral College, and we had a discussion. And Gary's background is microbiology. Okay. And Gary has been the technical manager of a company called Feedwater Limited, where we will be visiting tomorrow with some of our guests. And Gary has kindly agreed to spend some time with us. I had been to his industry several times, but I will take some of our guests tomorrow to show the industry what they do. It's a very fascinating place to go and see what they do. They are the chemical treatment companies. And Gary has been with us from the day one of our project. So all the projects which we are running, Gary is an industrial partner from UK. And in fact, many of my PhD students did some work in Gary's industry. That includes Dr. Kurban Ali. I remember Amrit also worked as a part of our international collaboration. So Gary, is now your floor to show what you have been doing in that industry. Yeah, thank you.
Can we find this presentation?
Oh, I see. Sorry. I need to go. Okay. Okay, so the stop sharing now. And then go to the folder. And then it's open now. This one I can. So those who are undergraduate student, I mean, you should be looking something having an industrial experience in your CV, and that make you more employable, right? So here I need to share again. Stop sharing. So share the screen, and then this is the one which we want to share. And then I blow it. Okay. So your floor. Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. It seems that my career is almost destined sometimes to be a biologist amongst chemists. So it's certainly the case at Feedwater, and it will probably be the case today and in future as well. But I want us to think about both aspects of pollution in the environment, especially when it relates to water. Because if you like to think of it, the The effect of chemical pollutants in water is likely to cause chronic illness, isn't it? Okay, whereas the presence of microbial pollutants in water is much more likely to cause acute and immediate illness. So there's a generalizations, I know, but they do tend to hold quite true. So just very briefly, my background in terms of of my career, I started off as a biomedical scientist in the NHS before I moved into working with Legionella Control directly in the water industry. And I spend a lot of time now helping to write policy documents and so forth. And I recently took on the chair of the Clean Water Advisory Group at Applied Microbiology International, one of the learned societies. So I'm quite active in sort of policy making forums. If you have any questions, by the way, about the presentation, then please do take a snapshot here, and you can always call me or email me later if you don't want to ask questions today. A little bit about feed water before we go on. So feed water is approximately nearly 12 million turnover company now, but we are the largest privately owned water treatment company in the UK. So we are not treating the water supply into your homes. Okay, so we're not a water utility company. We are treating water that's used for industrial purposes and for domestic purposes inside buildings. So anywhere where you work may well be a place in which we are interested in helping to improve the quality of the water. We employ about 120 people plus now, so we've grown rapidly in recent years, and we have a wide variety of industrial and commercial customers. We've also had a track record in research in the last 20 years now. We've won 2 Smart Awards for innovation, and we also won the International Trade Award. So we're an outward-looking organisation as well. But that's enough about them. And I think we'll have a start with a quote from Benjamin Franklin, who famously and allegedly once said, "In wine there's wisdom, in beer there is freedom, and in water there is bacteria." Now, at the time that Benjamin Franklin was alive, that is undoubtedly true. If you were to drink the water, you would likely come down with typhoid, hepatitis A, cholera, and so forth. Whereas if you drank the beer and the wine, the processes used to create those drinks tended to kill those organisms. So it was the safe drink, and even babies would be given beer. The phrase small beer, which we use in English, that comes from that very practice of giving children the weakest beer because it was still the safest to drink. Now, sadly, when Franklin was alive, we didn't use the term bacteria, so it's a great quote, but he almost certainly didn't say it. Okay, so we'll have to pass him up on that. But also, we need to recognise that with some organisms, this contamination is still true, especially in the developed nations. I was in Thailand in November on holiday, and I did some work around the water systems when I was there. So studying the water systems, 75% of Thai households have to treat the water that arrives in their premises before they consider it safe to drink. And in the 21st century, I think that is a real problem, and it really ought to be a source of shame for us, really. But, when you look at the developed world, we're not free of microbial risk either. So, for instance, we spend an awful lot of time in our organization looking at the prevention of legionellosis, so infections with the Legionella bacteria. We also have real concerns about the presence of other organisms like Campylobacter. It's a food transmitted organism, but it's still undoubtedly waterborne. There's been recent concern in the UK as well about Cryptosporidium, a major outbreak in Devon recently has caused several hundred cases, and it's a continuing concern in the food industry. And then we have the other, you would call them once emerging pathogens, but to a certain extent, you should consider them as emerged now because we know a great deal about them. For instance, Pseudomonas aeruginosa and the other members of the group, the related members like Burkholderia and Stenotrophomonas. So we still have a developed world microbiology problem, and indeed there are a number of others. We're shortly to see some new guidance published in the UK on non-tuberculous mycobacteria in healthcare settings. All of these will move those sort of organisms up the agenda. And, sometimes we don't get it awfully wrong. So, for instance, a recent Newbuild hospital in Scotland, in Glasgow, there were 23 bloodstream infections between January and September 2018. And indeed, there have been 2 earlier cases in 2017 that have not been followed up. Ultimately, there were 11 different microbes isolated from the patients and the water samples. And whilst there were no fatalities linked to the infections, clearly these infections have a serious impact upon the children that were infected. And the report into the investigation showed that the presence of high levels of gram-negative bacteria and fungus in the water system may indicate that temperature control required has not always been achieved. Now, temperature is a very good way of controlling microorganisms in water, but the bigger the buildings you have, and big buildings are especially true of this, there are far more places for organisms to hide away so that temperature is not particularly effective. So we often use disinfectants. We can use disinfectants as shock disinfectants, but generally they have a very short-term impact and frequently fail several months down the line. Or we can use low-dose disinfectant with continuous dosing, which is almost certainly a better approach, but still has to be managed effectively. Okay. So at the hospital here, when the list of organisms was published, and I'll just scroll through them a little bit now. Okay, you can see there are some unusual names here. There are organisms here that my wife and I, she's also a microbiologist, we had to go away to the dictionaries and look them up. Okay, so there were, and I've certainly heard a lot of different variations of pronunciation of cupriovirus in the last few years as we struggle to come to term with these new pathogens. Okay, Panthera species at the bottom here is also another new one. We'd not previously associated with serious infections. And then finally, also at this particular hospital, there were 2 patients who died from cryptococcus infections, usually associated with inhaling pigeon droppings. So how is this sort of infection acquired inside a hospital setting? So whilst we have a conceit in the developed nations that we're solving many of these problems, but there are still problems that exist. But it's certainly in terms of scale, it's almost certainly, well, it is worse internationally, because internationally we still have water as a serious public health issue. We're still outbreaks of cholera that are active in the world. We see outbreaks of dysentery, we see hepatitis A, and we see an awful lot of cases of enteric viruses, for instance, rotaviruses and other reoviruses, together with cysts and parasites. So really, the lack of access to clean water in many communities is disgraceful. So in response to this, the UN has set as one of its Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDG 6, under clean water and sanitation. So 6.1 is a drive towards ensuring that there is safe drinking water for all. 6.2 regards sanitation for all, because those two go hand in hand. If you don't have effective sanitation, you will not have safe drinking water. We certainly want to drive forwards the quality of water. So 6.3 deals with that. And of course, we need to make more efficient use of water, which is a lot of what we're talking about today, being able to make use of water systems which are otherwise unusable for these purposes by making sure that they're clean. In order to do that, we will need to address the issues in 6.5, so integrated water management, and indeed in 6.6, so with healthy ecosystems. Everything hangs together when it comes to effective and safe water. And of course, we will need to have greater international cooperation, because water generally knows no boundaries. I had a very clear understanding of this when I took my bicycle for a long ride down the Danube and passed through several different countries. All right, the water in those rivers is truly international, and if you pollute the water in Vienna, you are going to see an awful lot of other countries that are pretty unhappy with you. Okay, so we need to regard water as an international resource, and we need to make sure that we are collaborating. And effective control really is both preventive and reactive. So on the screen now, you can see an example of the sort of things that you get even in developed countries' water systems. So a tank which is really not very used very often, or the water flow is very poor. You can see that the bottom surface of the tank is relatively clean, but you get contamination absolutely visible on the surface of the tank. And everybody who's worked in the UK water treatment sector will see tanks like this on a depressingly regular basis. So how do we try and control it then? Well, we try to maintain temperature and flow. An old saying, which will be familiar to some in the room: keep it hot, keep it cold, keep it clean, keep it moving. All right, so we keep it cold to stop the organism from growing. We keep it hot to kill certain microorganisms, but most of all, we want to keep it moving, because if you keep the water moving, then there is no potential for stagnation. We may add biocides to the water because that can really help in, especially in those larger buildings, but you have to have effective cleaning and flushing of systems as well. Biocides and temperature will only work if you bring them into close proximity with those microorganisms because biocides are not guns, all right? They're more like daggers. You have to get up close and personal and bring the biocide into contact with the cell in order to kill it. So those things above here, cleaning or flushing of biocides and maintaining temperature, are control measures. They are things that actively reduce the activity of microbes in the water. What are not control measures are things like inspection of system condition, monitoring, and as we're going to see in a moment, sampling and analysis. But they are validations of the work that you do in terms of applying your control measures. If you don't do things such as inspection and monitoring and sampling, you will never know how effective your control measures have actually been. So at the moment, then, we have an approach to sampling and analysis, and we're going to take a particular look at this particular organism, which is Legionella, the Legionella pneumophila, the usual causal agent of Legionnaire's disease. So analysis for it is laboratory based and relies on culture of the organism, but it has really long incubation times and the analysis is very complicated. It's usually based on filtration of a large volume of water, but I have to tell you that if Robert Koch and Louis Pasteur walked into my lab tomorrow, they would recognize much of what we do. Right? And even within the confines of Legionella testing alone, there has been very little change since we first started to grow the organism in the late 1970s. We're still using the same media. We're still got really extended incubation times. It really is time for us to change. So you can see here, as my colleague, hopefully the video will play. It will not play, but never mind. Okay. So testing for Legionella is based on an international standard, ISO 11731. And you generally need a large sample because you're looking for really low numbers of microorganisms in that water. And you're also looking for microorganisms that form a tiny part of the overall microbiome of that water. Right? So there are many, many other organisms in every water sample, and you have to knock them out really in order to be able to detect the Legionella behind it. So the normal technique is aseptic filtration and then extraction from the filter by shaking, and then followed by inoculation onto selective agar, and finally incubation and plate reading. And I can tell you that in the space of 15 seconds, it takes an awful lot longer to do it. And in my laboratory today, this task will be undertaken somewhere in the region of 150 times for every sample that comes in. Okay, so we will be spending all day. There's a team of 8 people now in the lab who will spend a great deal of time today carrying out this this sort of work. Right. Then we have to consider things like sensitivity and specificity, right? Because you need a test which is appropriate for the numbers of organisms that you think are significant in your water sample. So I've just had an article published in the Microbiologist magazine dealing with all of these. So please do have a read and keep my numbers up if you get the opportunity. All right. But the regulators set numbers and targets for organisms based on their knowledge of the testing materials. So it is accounted for, if you like, within a regulatory framework, but it's pointless using a test that has a low level of detection of 1,000 CFU per litre if the target value that you need to be under is 100 CFU per litre. You will get negative results that are not relevant to the sort of level of test that you've set. So the one that we use typically and most commonly used has a level of detection of usually of around 20 CFU per volume analysed, but it also has an upper level of detection. All right, and if you do the test in a UK water sample, then that sort of test with a value of 7,500 per volume analysed is usually pretty reliable. But in other parts of the world, where test limits are high, test expectations are higher, then you're going to need to dilute the sample in order to get a valid result. But culture has one really big advantage. It is very specific. So it's pretty close to 100% specific. You've got the organism in front of you. You can take it off the plate. You can do further work. You can identify it and you can show clearly that it is Legionella. But sadly, the things that grow in this test are not only Legionella. You can see from the top right here, these golden colored colonies are not Legionella. You often get, in many samples, complete overgrowth with non-target species. So we do end up having, in this particular test, a high false negative rate. So we estimate in our laboratory that about 15% of all the samples that come through the lab grow so many other species that we cannot genuinely say that Legionella is present in that particular sample. So we get a high false negative rate. This is one of the principal reasons why you don't say that testing is a control measure, because if you're getting a high level of false negatives rather, then it's not a particularly effective process, is it? All right. You could just go with a system, and it has been proposed in the past that systems should be allowed to run and just test them frequently. But if testing is unreliable, then that is not going to be an effective means of control. There are other problems as well, of course. It's a very labor-intensive task to carry out. So you can see from the photograph of the laboratory here, I know there's not a lot of people laboring in here, but I do let them go for a coffee break every now and again. All right, so they're absent for the time being. But it's also very difficult to interpret the results. It takes staff members coming into our lab, graduate staff members, about a year to get to the point at which we allow them to fly solo on that bench so that we can be confident that they're going to spot the Legionella when they arrive. We also need large volumes. So we have people collecting samples out in the field. If they're taking 51 litre samples of water, they're carrying 50 kilograms of water around buildings with them. All right. It is not an easy task to get large numbers of samples of a large volume. And we know that it's a very slow test. It takes 10 days to get a confirmed negative result under the current standard, but it is at least reasonably cheap per test. So the cost per test are better than they are for others. But when it comes to other organisms, we need to consider these too. Legionella is probably a special consideration. Another special consideration is Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which is an opportunistic pathogen, but especially when it comes to augmented care wards in hospitals. Now, every major city, every major community around the world does have a healthcare sector, right? And this is a challenge really for healthcare worldwide. What we know about Pseudomonas aeruginosa is that it's the quintessential biofilm former. If you want to make biofilm in the lab, take some nutrient broth, put a metal disc in there, add some Pseudomonas aeruginosa, put it in the incubator, and in 48 hours time, you'll have biofilm. Okay, remarkably stable biofilm as well. So if it forms biofilm in the system, doesn't matter how many organisms are coming in the mains water supply, you only need one cell to settle out on that surface and it will grow. And we know that bugs grow. Well, 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Before very long, you're in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions of cells settling out onto surfaces. And at those sort of numbers, you are going to obviously get problems when they get into patients. Chemical disinfection is also a problem when it comes to Pseudomonas aeruginosa, because generally it is quite a resistant bug. If you want to do disinfectant testing, you need about twice as much disinfectant to kill Pseudomonas aeruginosa as you would need to kill, for instance, E. coli. And we also know that when it comes to these organisms, Legionella and Pseudomonas, it is the furthest points in the system where you tend to see the greatest difficulty. So, for instance, if you have a water system, you have a cold water storage tank at the top of a hospital or a hotel, as the water's flowing round, as it just leaves the tank, it tends to be at its coldest. When it gets to the furthest points in the system, it's going to be at its warmest if it's a cold water sample, and it's going to be at its coldest if it's a hot water sample. Okay, and those hot and cold water samples meet in the middle, if you like. They meet in the growth zone, and that's where you get most of the growth in systems. And we need to, as I said earlier, we need to stop considering Pseudomonas as an emerging pathogen and consider it emerged, because it is a leading cause of bacteremia in England and Wales. And we're seeing thousands of cases every year. It is a very colourful organism, by the way. Okay, it's also a very odoriferous one. When you're growing this organism in the lab without any difficulty, and it's often struck me in the past that an organism that is so fluorescent as Pseudomonas aeruginosa is shouldn't really be that difficult to detect with non-culture methodologies. I would have thought there was some way of addressing that. Just as with Legionella, though, you need to filter the sample, you need to have an extended incubation, or this time it does only go to 48 hours. You need a further 18 to 24 hours if you need further confirmation, unless you've got a device like a moldy toff, in which case you can do it a lot quicker. But it's also an extremely variable parameter. You know, you can take 10 samples from 10 taps on the same wall and get 5 of the samples positive one day. A week later, you get the other 5 positive, and the first 5 will be negative. Okay, it really is up and down. It's a very variable parameter. But we also know there's a known pathway from the water to the patient. We know these organisms are transferred from water systems into patients where they may end up causing illness. And really, what we'd like to see, and it is only an aspiration because it doesn't seem to be physically possible at the moment, is zero. All right, we want 0 CFU per 100 mil, but in reality, one of the commonest values we get is too numerous to count. In other words, it's off the top of the scale for the organisms we're looking at. When it comes to sensitivity and specificity for this particular test, you know, we can get down to 1 single cell in 100 mils of water, which really is fairly impressive level of detection. And the maximum level really is 100 CFU because you can't count these organisms in high numbers. And like with Legionella, you've got a high specificity, but this time you do have a relatively low false negative rate. It's generally a solid and reliable test, but it can still be affected by other species sometimes. But you know, if you walk around hospitals sampling, you get very high numbers of positive samples. Sometimes, you know, we have one hospital client where then we get on over a period of a year, we have about 47% of all the samples taken from that hospital setting are positive for Pseudomonas. And that's due to this phenomenon of regrowth, this ability of the organism to find a foothold in your systems and then start to grow back. So we're not saying the mains water coming into buildings is grossly contaminated. What we're saying is we need to stop the growth of organisms within the systems. So, you know, all culture tests generally are reactive, or all culture tests are labor intensive from sampling to reporting. They're time delayed. So while you're waiting for the results, you're having people exposed while waiting, and they're prone to false negatives, right? Especially when it comes to the Legionella test. And also something we rather ignore because we've got used to it, generates vast amounts of waste. All right, the waste of doing a single Legionella test is huge. I mean, we have 3 separate agar plates, for instance, in that just to get rid of. There are 2 plastic bottles and so forth. There are glass bottles which have to be disposed of. The amount of waste generated in these tests is really very significant. So that's the challenge. What if we could do it better? Okay, can we use sensors to detect the growth or presence of microorganisms instead of having to culture? Can we link the sensors to dosage systems or increase flow of water? Imagine if you would a hospital of 10 floors with an online dosing system so you can dose chlorine dioxide or another biocide in there. If you knew that there was microbial activity generating on the 10th floor of that hospital, you could simply have it linked to a dosage system that says, deliver more water to the 10th floor because the water contains the biocide, right? So you could have that as automatic, work at 2 o'clock in the morning when everybody else is in bed, but still helping to protect patients. You could have real-time monitoring of growth, and you could also do trend analysis, so you know what's happening over a period of time. One would suspect that you're going to get a lot of summer activity, of course, but we need to prove that. And I keep being promised that these sensors are going to be available, that they're going to be cheap, right? They never quite seem to appear in that regard. Can we combine these sensors with active surfaces? All right, so active surfaces, materials which do not support the growth or the adhesion of microbes. So can we make these surfaces biocidal? And within next year, we also have applied for a knowledge transfer partnership with another university. Apologies, Tapas, sorry. It will be another university. And we're going to be looking at biocidal actives that we can coat onto surfaces, which we hope will stop biofilm formation. But we don't have to kill it. You know, lots of people are very fixated on the need to kill bacteria. If you stop them growing, you will effectively control risk, because if it comes in at 1 or 2 cells per 100 mil and you keep it at 1 or 2 cells per 100 mil, there's not going to be enough microbes to cause a significant level of infection, is there? The other way of doing it is that you could simply make the surface resistant to cell adhesion. If you don't have a place where the organism can sit there and grow, then they're just going to be washed out in the flow at low levels. So, we mustn't get fixated on things being biocidal. All right, but we do need to make sure these things have a long activity time. It's pointless fitting them into an intensive care ward in July of 2024 and find that you have to replace everything in October of 2024. All right, it's not going to work like that. So we need to have them stable and effective over the long period of time. So here are the questions. Can we develop cheap and efficient sensors? Can we link them to the application of active control measures? And can we provide surfaces or matrices that actually kill cells? And commercialization is an issue here. There is a massive market in healthcare alone for these types of surfaces. Can we modify surfaces to prevent scaling or other attachments? Because we know that scale surfaces tend to have high levels of biofilm growth because the scale itself provides a point of attachment and indeed a refuge against antimicrobial activity. And can we manufacture surfaces that prevent replication? So these are key questions. So as ever, and all of us I'm sure would recognize this, I don't work alone. We do have other members of the team whose job is to stay back at the ranch and allow me to come out to Preston for the day. So these are members of the lab team, or at least the ones that were in there when this photograph was taken, and I'm forever grateful to them for the work that they do. Okay.
Thank you so much, Gary, for giving a different directions, which is microbial. The previous one was the chemical pollution, now the microbial pollution. So you know that we are 15 minutes late because of our delay. So those who are coming for the next set of speakers, please try your best to finish within 20 minutes, right? So we can go for one or two questions. Have you got any questions from audience? Yeah, tell me.
So what effect does Legionella
Have in our body?
If you get infected, the range of symptoms for Legionella infection is massive, all right? So may I ask how old you are? Okay, at 24, you're likely to have a relatively mild illness. You won't feel very well. You pull the quilt over your head and you want to not go into work or study that day, okay? Unfortunately, when you get to be as old as me, and unfortunately I'm 61 now, if I get a Legionella infection, it's likely to be much more severe, okay? So I might get away with it, be mild, but especially if I've got other factors associated with my lifestyle. If I was a heavy smoker, for instance, then I'm much more likely to develop full-blown Legionnaire's disease. And we know that when you get Legionnaires' disease, somewhere in the region of 5 to 10% mortality, depending upon the outbreak. So, we see somewhere in the UK anywhere between 20 and 70 deaths from Legionella every year, right? So, but the cases you hear about are the ones at that end of the spectrum, all right? We don't hear about the illnesses that you're going to get. And what we know about the illness that younger people tend to get, Pontiac fever, is that it is remarkably common. Have you heard of Fresher's flu? Okay, I'm not saying Fresher's flu is Legionella infection. What I am saying is it has been mooted as a possible source of that, because young people go away from home for the first time, they're exposed to big water systems in halls of residence, and they might well respond badly in that regard. There are potential other causes to that.
I just want to ask you, have you ever heard that Legionella outburst is a big news in the media? Anybody? Have you heard? There are a lot of news in UK. Often comes that you have a Legionella outbreak. One of the classic example, I think 6 months back, the government wanted to put the refugee in a barn, and then that barn has Legionella. Yeah.
Well,
so
yeah.
So that's the SIP, right?
Yeah, you need to be careful here, because when we talk about outbreak,
Yeah.
we mean cases,
Yeah.
patients.
No.
Yeah.
They're tested, yeah.
Yeah, in at the BBC Stockholm, I'm not aware, and there are positive test results in the water. I'm not aware of any confirmed cases of infection in any of the residents. I don't know, Paul, have you heard of any?
No. Okay.
No. Okay.
Political, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it comes often to the media. Yeah. So I think Paul will give some examples as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think when we do have actual outbreak,
Yeah.
because it's because what we have had in the past, they have hundreds of people in some cases. Back in 2002, there's the outbreak environment that has
Uh, mm.
well over 100 people and killed, well, 9 directly.
And one more thing I wanted to mention to you that Gary mentioned that if you can develop the materials which can actually resist the growth of the bacteria, that's great in the water project. But we have a project with hospital where Dr. Marwa is working on that. And in that project, we actually facilitate the growth of the bacteria coming from bloodstream infections. You got it. So that case, we can actually analyze them very fast rather than going through the culture route. So that is something which I wanted to mention in this context, that sometimes we'd also make a materials which help to grow bacteria. Yeah. So with that, I think I would like to thank Gary Hogben once again for coming and giving a presentation. Yeah, thank you. Stop sharing now. Now we have a speaker from India, Dr. Somnath Roy, and I will bring his presentation. Okay, so please come, Dr. Somnath Roy. Yeah, Dr. Somnath Roy, actually, I met him in 2019, January, first time in Delhi. He was a principal scientist in one of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in India called Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. And his secondment was in Delhi. And at that point, we met during an international conference. And then Dr. Somnath Roy, in fact, came in 2019 summertime as a visiting scientist. And we decided to build some sort of project at that time. And then we managed to get that Indian project. Okay. So Dr. Somnath Roy will share how he is helping to develop the sensors using the materials which you are developing in collaboration with Professor Ashim Bhomik in the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science. So Dr. Somnath Roy is from Indian is a Central Institute of Ceramic and Glass Research Institute, right? So Dr. Somnath Roy is your floor, right? Thank you.
Very good morning to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Sen, for inviting me to UCLan, Preston. This is my second visit, as Dr. Sen has mentioned. I am delighted to be here one more time. So I am involved with this India-UK bilateral project on development of sensors for detection of heavy metals. I also do work on sensors for bacterial or microbial contaminations at the molecular level. So I will share both the sensors in this context. So the title of my today's talk is about miniaturized sensors for water quality monitoring. And this is my specialized area, to develop sensors, to develop platforms for detection of environmental pollutions and for healthcare. So before starting, I would like to give a one-line introduction of my institute. I am from the CSIR. CSIR is the central body under the Ministry of Science and Technology of Government of India. And our laboratory is located, as you can see, the red dot at the eastern part of India. Okay, so we are now running 74th year. So next year we will be completing 75 years. So this is one of the first national laboratories that was established in independent India. In our institute, we have 8 R&D divisions, and currently we have 93 scientists working in diversified field. Though the name is Central Glass and Ceramic Institute, but the context was in 1950. Now the scope has been expanded, and as you can see, we have several other researches besides this glass and ceramic. We have optical fibers, we have bioceramics and coatings, we have functional materials, we have sensors, we have fuel cells, energy division, so it has been expanded. So the name does not truly represent the true characteristic of the institute at this moment. It's a lot more than that. So my division is functional materials and devices division. As you can see, it has got a wide spectrum of research areas, and I am working in the field of sensors for environment and healthcare. Okay, so to start with, I mean, this is the theme of today's conference, like water contamination. It's really a very serious problem. I can give you two information. For example, the WHO data says about or more than 1,000 children under the age of 5 dies every day due to contaminated water. And over 2 billion people across the world, they are deprived of clean water access. So we see it is not only in Africa or in the developing part of the South Asian countries, you see across the globe. If we see some recent news clip from India or UK, we see that waterborne diseases are serious problems. Even in UK, I can see this March 2024 news clipping. It says that there's a 60% surge in the waterborne diseases and hospitalizations. Okay, so one side is microbial pathogens, another side is heavy metal. So both the aspects we have to take care of. On the heavy metal side, we see there's a serious problem in some rivers and in land and in groundwater in India and the neighboring countries, as well as the United States. It is not also free from this kind of contaminations. You see this Guardian report. There's also heavy metal and E. coli contamination at the US-Mexico border. So it's a global problem. It's a serious problem. Some policymakers are trying to make some remediation, but I feel that there's still a paucity in the international coordination for mitigating this water crisis, and we have to really work on that. We have to have this, you know, this international collaboration and to share our knowledge and to access this very serious problem. Well, this slide also talks about this waterborne, how serious is the waterborne diseases, and we can see that the death related to waterborne disease is more than 5 times related to natural disasters or some kind of conflicts. So here also I can see, as I told, that there will be 2 aspects. One is heavy metal contamination, another aspect will be microbial contamination. So as far as heavy metal contamination is concerned, this is Indian map, and we see that there are several, you know, heavy metal contaminations or other chemical contamination like fluoride, arsenic. I am showing arsenic especially because the eastern part of our country, especially the West Bengal and our very city of Calcutta, is plagued with arsenic contamination in the groundwater. So it's a very serious problem. Now we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. All of us are aware of 17 SDGs of the United Nations. And if we talk about SDG 3, it talks about healthy lives and to promote the well-being for everyone. Every human being has the right to have a healthy life. Okay, so by 2030, we have to combat and we have to have control over the waterborne diseases. And target 3.9 also says that we have to substantially reduce the number of deaths and illness from water and soil pollution. SDG 6, I think Gary has covered SDG 6. It also talks about ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation. So all of us must have access to safe and drinking water. We are still the privileged part of the society, but there are many people who don't have the access to this. And by 2030, all over the world, people must have access to this safe drinking water, and also adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene, because these two are interlinked. Most of the water contamination, microbial contamination especially, are linked to poor sanitation and poor hygiene. So these are the WHO World Health Organization protocol on water and health. Its Article 8 says that establish and maintain surveillance and early warning signs, develop national and local contingency plan for responding to outbreaks, incidents, and risks, strengthen response activity. Article 6.2 says, establish and publish targets to reduce water-related disease outbreaks and incidents. And Article 13 says, strengthen transboundary cooperation on early warning and response systems. Just before Gary was talking about, can we make some sensors or some kind of devices? And this is the whole purpose of this workshop. I think Article 13 covers that, strengthen transboundary cooperation. That's why we are here. So I start with the heavy metal contamination first, and then I will move to the microbial contamination. I have done some advanced work on the microbial contamination in terms of the devices, but we have recently started in collaboration with Professor Ashim Bhomik in the Indian Association for Cultivation of Sciences regarding heavy metal contamination in the drinking water. So we can see there are several heavy metals. All of us are aware of this: lead, copper, mercury, arsenic, cadmium. These are the heavy metals. And we have started with mercury. The Environmental Protection Agency of United States says that there should be, the maximum allowable limit of mercury is 2 parts per billion. It's really very, very small amount. I'd like to briefly talk about why are this important in terms of our health, in terms of physiology. You see, there are two basic mechanisms. One is protein binding. Human serum albumin is the most abundant protein in our blood. And there are 2 binding sites. You see, cadmium and mercury binds to human serum albumin, HSA, and is transported to the vital organs like kidney and causes severe damage. This is one mechanism. The second mechanism is, you see the mercury and its other compounds like methyl mercury, ethyl mercury, this kind of compounds which are present in the groundwater. They directly bind to the hemoglobin and thereby reducing the oxygen carrying capacity of hemoglobin. And that's very serious, right? So these 2 are the mechanisms by which heavy metal contamination causes severe damage to our health, and it can even cause fatality. So if we look at the miniaturized sensors, there's barely any sensor available in the market for commercialization. But if you go to the literature, there are, of course, certain research articles which talks about development of miniaturized sensors. Here I give 2 examples. The first example is the fluorescence space. So what does it do? The mechanism is like this. You see, they take gold nanoparticle and then they have aptamers adsorb on that. And in presence of mercury, the aptamer is designed in such a way that it has got higher affinity for mercury. So it leaves the gold nanoparticles and they make conjugates with the mercury, so that gold nanoparticles are left alone. And because of their natural tendency, they concentrate together, and the color changes, because we know that the gold nanoparticles, when they agglomerate, they change the color from pink in the isolation condition to blue in color. And that's what they recognize. Okay, so this is one principle. In the second principle also, they have used aptamer. I see that the use of aptamer is prevalent in the detection of this kind of heavy metals as far as the miniaturized devices are concerned. So it's a combination of nano-bio technology, you can say. In the second case, you see, there are single-stranded aptamers, red color, and in presence of mercury, they make the complex, and then they make the conformational changes, they make the hairpin. By this method, what happens is there's a increase in charge near the channel region of the field effect transistor, and there's a change in current. And depending on the concentration, they measure the current. But you see, both of these devices, as Gary emphasized, about making devices simple, cost-effective, access to everybody. And as per the WHO assured criteria, if you read this ASSURED, there you see this, it should be mostly equipment-free, it should be simple, it should be accessible to everybody, and it should be cost-effective. So WHO assured criteria says that any device, point of care, point of analysis device should be equipment-free, it should be very simple. But if you look at these things, these are actually pretty complicated. So what we think that we may develop certain electrochemical sensors which are pretty simple to use. I have one prototype with me. I will show in during the poster session. it will not be a live demo, but you will have an idea how these things can work in a very simple way. So, the credit of this slide goes to Professor Bhomik. This is his material. He has already shown this kind of material, so I'm not going into detail of that. Just to connect his work and mine, I have given this slide. So we are working on covalent organic polymers. He is developing that polymer, and my group is trying to utilize that polymer for detection of heavy metals, and to start with mercury. So this COPs have a special feature. They have lone pair lone pair electrons on the nitrogen, and that can make coordination bond with mercury or other positive heavy metals, and thereby it can pre-concentrate and enhance or amplify the sensitivity. So this is the laboratory setup that I have for calibration for detection of mercury. We are using something called stripping voltammetry. So we do pre-concentrate the heavy metals on the electrode, because we are talking about parts per billion, very, very low concentration. And it is not easily accessible. For example, if you have few molecules floating around, ideally they won't come to your electrode and get detected. So you have to have pre-concentration. So we do the pre-concentration and then stripping, thereby we are detecting the low concentration of heavy metals. So these are some of the results, the flash of the results. As we see that if we use the unmodified electrode, we have this red color peak, whereas when we use his material, this porous organic polymers, we see the enhancement for the same concentration. So it shows that the material has got certain properties which can amplify the signal. And so far we have been able to detect down to 50 ppb. We are working on this because we have to lower the detection limit further. Okay, so this is the projected device. So there'll be another version that I'll be showing you today. Going back to Gary, this is not microbial, but this is also water contamination. And you see the size of the device. The device has to be very, very small. It should fit into your pocket. The sensor should be very simple. It's like your glucose meter. You just take out the strip, you insert it. There should be an app. You click it, and it should be able to show you the result. It should be that simple. And then it should transmit the result to the controlling authority, or in case of microbial or some healthcare detection, to the doctor. So following WHO assured criteria, we try to do it in this case less than 10 minutes. And we have the possibility of multiplexing, portable and user friendly. So we try to comply with several parts of the assured criteria. I'll briefly talk about microbial contamination, couple of slides on microbial contamination. And in this case, as usual, we take the model microorganism E. coli. You see its health significance is very high, and its relative infectivity is very, very high. And we have chosen this particular species O157H7, which is actually enterohemorrhagic and very dangerous, very dangerous. There was an outbreak some years back in the Europe of this E. coli species. This is one very catchy device, which not related to this project, but I have developed this device for my other research. We call it nucleotrace. This is molecular. Gary had one problem, false negative. If you have molecular detection, you get rid of false negativity. It is very, very specific. So again, this is IoT enabled device. It's very small, instant detection of the specific species. So here we talk about rapid diagnostic test, less than 1 hour. It's affordable. Okay, as per our estimation, it's not commercial grade is. As per our estimation, it is less than 2.5 pound per test. So we have low capex, less than 100 pound. I have converted it to UK pound now. And this is ultra portable. It is battery free. You don't need to carry battery. And so you don't have to worry about battery discharge, and it's point of care detection. Okay, so briefly, I say that the lower detection limit that we have achieved is 1 femtomolar, which is equivalent to basically 26 picogram for 80 bases, whereas for commercial Fi matrix gene chip, it's 250 nanogram versus 25 picogram. So this little sample you need. And this is at the advanced stage. So we are thinking of making a startup using this particular device. And these market opportunities have been analyzed by a professional organization in India. So we have a very good market potential in the field of diagnostic, pharma, public health, and forensic. So to conclude, this is my 4 PhD students. They are my pillars. I work with them, and we try to develop sensors, miniaturized sensors for environment and healthcare. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Somnath, for fascinating lecture. I think we can have few questions because he's spot on 20 minutes. You did it. Yeah, that's good.
I use timers.
Okay, that's good. So come in.
Pardon?
Do you get any interference?
Like, do you get any other, like chemical?
For which sensor? For the heavy metal? Yeah, we are not yet at the stage of detecting interferences. This is a new project we have started a few months back. But if you ask about the microbial sensors, of course we have tested a lot. I mean, several genes we have tested, and we have tested with single base mismatch as well. Yeah, because at the molecular level, you have to be that particular to detect a single base mismatch, because that's at the advanced level. I have just given a snapshot to give a flavor of what I am doing regarding water contamination or for healthcare. But as far as this heavy metal is concerned, that we will be doing in the subsequent weeks.
Yeah.
So you tick so many of the boxes that I identified. Cost and ease of use. It would be fascinating to see how the test performs with Bill Wells, and partly related to the question about interference. We know that you can make lots of tests work with really clean water just with your targets.
Right. Yeah, I think we will tune the chemistry. Professor Bhomik is expert in that. He will tune his material accordingly. My job is to develop the platform, make it, IoT enable, and, make it work and analyze it, give the feedback, and Professor Bhomik will tune the material accordingly. So it's just the beginning, and we have a long way to go to get the kind of app I have shown as a projected device where you can do the multiplexing of like 4-5 contaminants in water at a time. Yeah.
We would be interested in talking to you about any clinical trials.
Absolutely. Like during the interactive session, we can talk more, and I will give you I will show you the prototype, how it works. Yeah. So we will have more discussion on that. Yeah. Thank you for showing the interest.
Have you got any other questions from the audience? No? Actually, I have never asked the audience from the online if they have got any questions, right? So nobody has come forward to switch on their microphone and say that they have got a questions. So just switch on your microphone if you have any questions, and then you can ask our speaker. Just a minute.
Stop sharing.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
So has anyone got questions from online audience? No hand, right? So we can go forward to the next lecture. Yeah. So let's thanks to Dr. Roy once again. Thank you. Yeah. Now we have got Dr. Paul McDermott. He's actually a consultant in our project, and his role is to look whether we are doing in the right regulation. So he will be talking about the regulatory framework of UK with reference to what we are doing. So Paul, is your call now? Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll go for that. That's the one. Yeah, I just want to close that one. share it. This is the one? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Thank you. Yeah. Is it okay? Oh, that's the old one. Okay, sorry. Stop share. Let's go back to that. How many PowerPoint slides? Oh, I got few of them, right? So this code close. This is your right? That's and that's the one. Right? Yeah. So if I go now again. Oops. Yeah. Sean. Okay,
Great, thanks, Thomas.
okay.
Lovely, thanks very much. We've had some fascinating talks already today, so I'll put a stop to that now with some presentation on UK regulation and legislation, which I'm sure will be fascinating for everybody. Bit about me. First, thank you, Tapas, for inviting me here. I was a student here myself back in 1983 or something like that. So I've got some very fond memories of the place, although it has changed an awful lot since I was a student here. So I was a senior lecturer in microbiology myself after I studied here. And then I joined the Health and Safety Executive as one of their specialist inspectors, providing some doing investigations into the outbreaks of Legionnaires' disease, which Gary touched on earlier. I left there in 2014, so this is my 10th anniversary now as an independent advisor on biological safety, focusing largely on water. I do quite a lot of work nowadays as an expert witness in both criminal prosecutions and civil cases, principally relating to cases that have involved a death or an infection with Legionnaires' disease. I'll talk about that a little bit, or very briefly in the presentation. I'm also an authorising engineer for water. And effectively what that means is I provide technical advice to hospitals on how they can manage their water safely. Gary talked about the particular challenges in the healthcare sector. And that's one of the jobs that I have. I do an awful lot, along with Gary, contributing to the development of national guidance on water safety. And I'm actually now a member of the NHSE's New Hospitals Programme. So that many of you will have heard that in England, there are plans to build around 40 new hospitals. It's going to be a long process, but one of the jobs that I have is to help to advise on the design of the water systems in those hospitals, so they don't make the same mistakes that we have done year on year in the past. So this is what I want to talk about, or what I've been asked to talk about, is UK regulation of waterborne pathogens. There are effectively three areas that I'm going to talk about. One is safe drinking water, safe water in the workplace, and safe water in healthcare. So in terms of drinking water, we're very fortunate in the UK because we have laws that require water suppliers, our water undertakers, to provide water that is wholesome. Those laws in England and Wales are the water supply, water quality regulations, and there are similar regulations in Scotland and Northern Ireland. And this applies to water this applies to water that is supplied for human consumption. And it has to be wholesome, that's the term that's used. And wholesome effectively means it must be safe for cooking, drinking, food production, and washing, and food preparation. So in terms of what makes water wholesome, there are a whole range of different chemical and microbiological parameters. And these are the PCVs, or prescribed concentration or values, which I'll talk about in a second in terms of microbiology. And those are regulated by the Drinking Water Inspectorate in England and Wales, and there are equivalent bodies in Scotland and in Northern Ireland. Most of our water comes from water undertakers. But some of our water comes from private supplies, and that's wells or boreholes. And that water has to be wholesome as well. It's got to be safe to use. And that's covered by a different set of regulations, but very similar, called the Private Water Supplies England regulations. And as I say, there is equivalent regulations in Scotland and Northern Ireland. DWI regulates towns' mains water. When it comes to private water supplies, that is your local authority. They have the responsibility for making sure that the water that comes out of those private supplies is safe. These are those PCVs I was talking about in terms of microbiological parameters. The asterisk parameters there are all indicators of fecal contamination, and we have a zero tolerance against fecal contamination in our water. So the levels that are required are 0. Right, so that's drinking water. I've got a lot of time, so straight onto safe water in the workplace. In terms of health and safety in the workplace, the overarching piece of legislation is the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, and that applies to all workplaces. Sections 2 and 3 are relevant because this requires employers to ensure the health and safety of their employees and anybody else who might be affected by their work. Section 4 is also relevant because that applies to people who are in control of premises. So that's people like landlords. So if you in student accommodation, your student accommodation is owned by a landlord, and they have a responsibility to make sure that the premises that they rent to you are safe for you to use. So the Health and Safety at Work Act applies to all workplace hazards, but it does include exposure to harmful microorganisms. Now, these could be any kind of pathogen, or they could be things that create an allergic response. And they do include waterborne pathogens, principally Legionella, but not necessarily exclusively Legionella. Other ones can come into play when it comes to the Health and Safety at Work Act. These are some of the cases that just a few of the cases actually where I've been expert witness for. Most of these are criminal prosecutions. The one Bark and Kirby one there was a civil case. But you can see if you fall foul of the law, if you don't follow the legal requirements of the Health and Safety at Work Act and the regulations that I'll talk about in a second, then the consequences can be very expensive. Now, the Health and Safety at Work Act is the primary legislation. It allows for secondary legislation to be drafted, made, if you like, by the Secretary of State. Those regulations that are relevant to waterborne pathogens are effectively the control of substances hazardous to health. People have all heard of COSH. We normally think about it in relation to chemicals, but these cover all hazardous substances, including microorganisms. So they require employers to either eliminate or control exposure to those hazardous substances, including hazardous microorganisms. The management of health and safety at work regs, the management regs, requires employers to have safe systems of work to make sure that the provisions of COSH are well, and everything else, but the provisions of COSH in relation to waterborne pathogens are delivered. Section 16 of the Health and Safety at Work Act allows for the Health and Safety Executive to approve certain codes of practices. And the code of practice that is relevant here is L8. And it pulls together the relevant parts of COSH and the relevant parts of the management regs and puts them into one piece of guidance, quasi-legal guidance, which is the approved code of practice. This requires risk assessment. It requires management systems to be in place to control or eliminate the risks that have been identified. And it also requires for you to check that the controls that you've put in place have been effective and remain effective. So that includes things like monitoring. And some of the monitoring that we do, as Gary said, includes sampling of the water and testing for the presence of Legionella and keeping records to show that you've done what you need to do. So that's effectively the legal side of things. To support that, to help employers do what they need to do, we've got technical guidance, which is published principally by the Health and Safety Executive, but there are other published means of publication. So who enforces on health and safety in the workplace? Well, generally, it's either the Health and Safety Executive or it's local authorities. But there are other instances, so Civil Aviation Authority enforce it in their sector, Maritime Coast Guard Agency enforcing their areas. If you're interested and you want to know, then you can go to the Health and Safety Enforcement Authority regulations. They're all online, and the appendix there gives you an indication of who enforces where. On to health, safe water in healthcare. As Gary said earlier, these are the two most important waterborne pathogens historically, Legionella pneumophila and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. But the list is growing, and I've got probably another pronunciation for cupriavidis, as I say. That's how I was taught. Porculus. This arose from or it gained prominence because of the problems that they've had at Greater Glasgow and Clyde, NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, in the hospital there that Gary talked about. But perhaps the most important one, I think, at the moment, want to keep an eye on, and if you're developing sensors for it, would be the non-tuberculous mycobacteria. These take a long time to grow, so they have a similar sort of challenges as Legionella, but they are becoming more and more, I think, relevant certainly in healthcare, but also in other settings as well. So if we have time, we can talk about why that's the case. But there've been some deaths caused by non-tuberculous mycobacteria, which have really raised the profile. In terms of the law in healthcare, it's different. So we've got a specific set of specific act, the Health and Social Care Act 2008, that applies to all healthcare in England. And just like the health and safety legislation, health and social care legislation, the Act allows for regulations to be made under the Act. The key regulations here are the Health and Social Care Act 2008 Health and Social Care Act regulated activities regulations 2014. Regulation 12 of that requires, it's very similar actually in terms of what's required under the health and social care regulations or legislation as we have under health and safety legislation, assessing risks, controlling risks, ensuring that the premises are safe, and ensuring that you're detecting and controlling infections. So very similar. And if you don't do that, regulation 22 of those regulations means it's an offence. And we have had at least one prosecution made by the Care Quality Commission, which I'll come on to in a second. They're the regulators in relation to a case of Legionnaires' disease. And I'm actually working on a case at the moment which is related to another bacterium. So that'll be interesting to see if that does come to fruition. Just like health and safety legislation, the health and social care legislation has its own code of practice, which is again made by the Secretary of State, and guidance in the form of these health technical memoranda, which provide practical advice on how healthcare providers can meet their legal requirements. Who regulates in healthcare? Well, this is a slightly knotty one. It's either going to be the Care Quality Commission, who I mentioned, in England, or it's going to be the Health and Safety Executive. In 2017, the Care Quality Commission, CQC and HSE finally published a memorandum of understanding that everybody could understand in terms of who had regulatory responsibilities. And bottom line is, if you're a healthcare provider registered with the CQC and one of your patients is made poorly, then the CQC would be the regulating body. If you're registered with the CQC and one of your staff or a visitor to one of your patients was to be made ill, say they caught Legionnaires' disease, then it would be HSE who would have the regulatory authority. So just to summarize, we've got separate, we've got considerations that we need to apply in terms of regulation to drinking water, workplaces and healthcare. We've got different legislation that applies in those different sectors. And confusingly, we have different regulators who regulate those different pieces of legislation in those different sectors. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Scintillating stuff, eh?
You're actually before time, so you have got few minutes to have question and answer. Have you got any questions? Yeah, Gary. Yeah, first Gary. Yeah, Gary, please. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, Gary.
Does it work in preventing infections? What would you change?
The law. No, it doesn't. Is the honest answer. Probably off record this really, but I mentioned just before the fact that CQC have taken a single case against a person who unfortunately died from Legionnaire's disease. We know that Legionella and Legionnaire's disease in the healthcare setting causes lots of cases of nosocomial Legionnaire's disease, and because of you mentioned the mortality rate for Legionnaire's disease, probably somewhere around about 10 to 12%, maybe something in that sort of region, depends on. When you move into a healthcare sector, it's a nosocomial case, healthcare acquired case of Legionnaire's disease, the chances of dying increase to about 40%. And we get lots of deaths, but we've only had one prosecution. And for the rest, you mentioned Pseudomonas aeruginosa and their role as in bloodstream infections, and the number of deaths that we get from bloodstream infections. Some of them are hospital acquired as well. In the UK, certainly in England, because that's what we get the records for, they dwarf the number of cases of Legionnaire's disease. And yet we don't see any action from the regulator, which in this case would be CQC. I'm not having a pop at CQC, but I'm just saying, if you don't have a strong regulator, then the legislation doesn't work.
You've got another question, eh?
Yeah. That would be the message for international audience here, that if they're going to go down a strong enforcement body.
You do. You need to, and this is all about, a lot of this is about funding. You know, if you don't have a strong regulator, then the rules and the laws won't be upheld. And you have to make, sad as it is to say, we have to make an example of those who break the law. Those prosecutions there. The question that came earlier about Legionnaire's disease, you know, it's a high profile disease, a high profile thing. Bloodstream infections that we acquire in hospital, less so. We seem to accept the fact that when we go into hospital, there's a good chance that we might come out worse than we went in. And that's not right.
Ali?
Thank you for the presentation, Paul. So I'm not an expert in the field, but just out of curiosity. So the source of contamination, water contamination, may have changed over the years. Have we updated our regulations based on that? For example, are we doing something regarding plastic microparticles? Do we have new regulations? How quickly we responded?
I don't know about that, to be honest, about plastic microparticles, but you know, we need to do something about that. Clearly, it's not really in my area of expertise. We have changed some of the things that we do in relation to infections that we've seen certainly in healthcare. So Gary talked about Pseudomonas aeruginosa being an emerging, you know, pathogen of interest in healthcare. And I agree, it has now emerged. But we now have guidance that helps people control the risks of infection from Pseudomonas aeruginosa, where we didn't have before. So the Health Technical Memorandum series that I talked about, HTML 401, in 2006, it was very much geared towards Legionella. It was re-released in 2016, and it's quite old now, but now it's much more of a broader coverage to look at Pseudomonas aeruginosa and other things. At the moment, I'm working on a new Health Technical Memorandum technical bulletin, you might have heard about this, in relation to non-tuberculous mycobacteria. That is why I think this is going to be the next big thing.
Have you got any other questions? Anyone? Have you got a question? Okay, can you give the microphone, please, Ariel?
I was just wondering, had any cases of like hospital negligence towards like bacteria released to like patients and?
Yeah. One of those examples that I just flashed up some headlines. One that was Basildon Hospital, and they were prosecuted for Legionella deaths that were caused by their negligence. We've had relatively recently, we had the one in Bath, Royal Bath Hospital. They were prosecuted for Legionnaire's disease. So, and these are all to do with negligence on the part of the employer. Those were all taken under the health and safety legislation. It's all to do about the employer. CQC did take a case against it was a nursing home, Fordham Bridge nursing home down in the New Forest, where they caused the death of one of their residents. And that was prosecuted under health and social care legislation, the first ever that I'm aware of. And as I say, there is some other work that I'm involved in at the moment where there's likely to be a prosecution of an NHS trust in relation to a death from Pseudomonas aeruginosa. I can't say any more about it at this stage. But
Have you any cases of MRSA negligence in hospitals?
no, I haven't. It's not something that's, apologies, that's not really I tend to focus more on the water, but it's quite a good question actually, because there are suggestions that MRSA, Staphylococcus aureus, can be transmitted through water in a similar kind of way as Legionella is, because it can parasitize certain protozoa, which can then release but it's never something that I've come into contact with. So sorry, apologies, can't answer that one.
Thank you. Jenny. Yeah. Have you got any other questions? If you don't have, I will ask the international audience, can you switch on your microphone and you come forward and ask any questions if you have? And if you don't hear, then we go to the next speaker. Just keep me pause. I think nothing is coming, right? So let's thank Paul once again. Okay, so okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Diva Rathod, and I can tell you the story exactly the same way as Dr. Somnath Roy. I was giving a keynote talk in Mumbai in 2019, January, exactly the time after the Delhi conference. I went to Mumbai, and this young lady was a PhD student of that university, and she came to me and said to me that, is it possible to have some sort of collaboration? And I said, I'm not sure at this moment, but what do you do? And she said, oh, I'm doing a PhD, but I have already established a company. So she was a CEO of the company at the time. And now she holds United Nations along with the World Bank Youth Advisory Group, right? So she'll be sitting in the panel this afternoon between 2 and 3:30, and you can hear from her. So now she has got 20 minutes to share what you do, correct? So Diva, come forward, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So I start my presentation with our one dialogue. Cleaning surfaces is such a big problem, but if you get clean, hygienic, antimicrobial, bacteriostatic, water and stain repellent surfaces without cleaning it, such a great solution, right? Silver Nanos brings a solution to you. Just apply it once on the surfaces, get infectionless and easy cleaning surfaces for 1 to 6 months, depending on the surfaces. That's what my company does. Hello, my name is Dr. Diva Rathod. I'm the founder and CEO of Silver Nanos Innovations LLP. So I started with my journey. I'm a PhD in microbiology. When I was in my BSc, that is bachelor's, I suffered from urinary tract infection. And that was so painful. I couldn't go to I was like a study nerd or a lab nerd, and I couldn't go to the college for 2 months. And that was very, very disturbing for me. So I thought to actually work on this kind of infection, which is UTI, to prevent UTI. And how do we get UTI? Basically, I was a very good polymath. I used to go for football, basketball, and I used to use all the public toilets without even, disinfecting them. And that's how I contracted one of the UTI of in that particular time. And that's how I started working on surfaces and how we can make the surfaces bacteriostatic. As Professor Gary said, that we need bacteriostatic surfaces rather than antimicrobial or, killing the microorganisms. Exactly, that's what my company does. We are making bacteriostatic surfaces, depending on different kinds of surfaces like steel, wood, plastic, ceramics. So I started work with ceramic, which is toilets. And we are making bacteriostatic toilets, which is for 1 month. So there is no microorganisms like E. coli and other microorganisms. We have a test of 8 microorganisms, and we don't allow the microorganisms to grow. And currently, we are working with Government of India, that is Central Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We were the 76 companies of India, which were selected for this particular water and sanitation work. And our work comes under water as well as sanitation. I'll tell you how we save water, how we detect microorganisms in water, and how do we even get our UTI prevention. So we are working on 3 SDGs. Let me change this one. we'll just go with like, so my journey started in 2019 when I met Professor Tapas Sen, and I was a PhD student, and recently I got awarded by Government of India for my project, which was a UTI prevention product, and it was a bacteriostatic coating on the surfaces, and where we can prevent UTI. Also, we can save water up to 55% because the chemicals which are used right now in the cleaning industry, they are using a lot of water. And with the nanotechnology revolution, that's what I'm here for, that we need to have a revolution by the nanotechnology. We can save water up to 55%, and also we can also save environment by saving all these surfaces getting deteriorated, so that the environment doesn't get stumped with the materials which we are using right now. So we can use the elongated services. So currently we have been piloted our product in Mumbai, Vashi, Warangal, and also in Kenya and like in different Singapore, Dubai. We have saved more than around 60,000 liter water in toilets, and we have sold 20,000 liters of our Happy To till now through B2B, B2C, and B2G market. So yeah, I'll just tell you that I was awarded by, so till 2019-20, I was working on UTI, that is only the toilets. But when the COVID hit, where the microbiologists, came into the picture, that, we are also the heroes. And that time we actually innovated our product for all kinds of surfaces, because every kind of surface has to be protected, because the bacteriostatic effect has to be there on all kinds of surface, so that the virus don't enter and, get multiplied in the bacteria. So what we innovated for all kinds of surfaces our Ayurvedic formulation. So it's an nano alloy formulation, which is based on the Ayurveda as well as the current nanotechnology. So in our ancient times, we used to say water is a living thing. Water always has the content of bacteria all the time. And then even if we kill the bacteria, or we boil it, or even if we filter it, after 6 to 8 hours, again, the bacteria will start growing. So it is a living it's a living thing. And to stop that, we need to have a bacteriostatic surfaces where the microorganisms don't stick and they don't form biofilm, or they don't grow in the number. So that was my idea was. And even one of my idea was that how the metals, don't allow the microorganisms to grow on the surfaces like silver, gold, in the traditional methods. Similarly, if we can convert all the surfaces, with the one touch to all the metals, or, a metal which has which will not allow any microorganisms to grow, that will be so amazing, so that we can actually prevent the next coming pandemics or the next coming infections. So that's what my idea or philosophy was to start this company. And this company works basically to prevent infections, to sustain the environment, and to save water. So yeah, currently, as we have seen from Professor Somnath, that we are actually facing a lot of problem in India regarding the water pollution. So Mumbai has been densely populated. Like, we have 210 million people. That's like huge. And we have one of the biggest slums. So Mumbai is overpopulated, and the current coming scenario is around 235 million people coming inside, because there's a lot of infrastructure going in Mumbai. And according to the TOI, that is Times of India and BMC report, Mumbai contamination. So what happens is the sewage lines and the drinking water lines in the Mumbai is going nearby. Like, it's just, and then if there is a leakage, there's automatically contamination happening inside in the drinking line. And then we get a lot of cases in terms of dysentery, cholera, and bacteria. And the major problem is that children are getting affected a lot in the milk, because see, water is being used. If there is a water which is infected, it has been used in milk, in cleaning toilets, in cleaning vegetables, in cleaning, in the cleaning surfaces. So basically, if the water source itself is contaminated, it gets spread all across the surfaces, and we can have, again, a next pandemic coming up with the contamination of water. So water is becoming a source of contamination to a number of things. So here you can see there is also specific foodborne diseases, which I just got this data. And E. coli, our favorite microorganism, is being, at the rank number 1. So I love E. coli because they are very notorious. And so the reason is poor water and sanitation management with the increasing population, as well as you can see that how the waste management is, and the population is actually making a havoc in India and Mumbai specifically. So the contaminated water usage, as I said, that, you you have to use the water. The same water is going in toilets, washing vegetables, washing the beefs, the poultry, and the cleaning surfaces. So we need to check our water very, very carefully because it can go to a number of sources and it can cause a lot of havoc around the city. So the problem which I am solving, or my company is solving, is hygiene, which is the disease spread from the shared surfaces. So what we are trying to, our mission is to cover all kinds of surfaces with a bacteriostatic film, and so that the microorganisms don't grow, the viruses won't come onto the surface, they won't multiply with the bacteria, and they won't spread. The surface contamination has to be prevented. The surface deterioration, of course, if we can elongate the lifespan of this chair with a water and stain repellent, formula, and automatically we can use this chair for more 10 years, it will be automatically a baggage which will be less to the environment. So the deterioration of the surface deterioration of the products. The cost. Okay, coming to the cost, nanotechnology. I love nanotechnology because first of all, it doesn't need any big manufacturing things. It just needs small labs to manufacture because it's nano. Then again, we can actually export the nano materials very easily because you have to be compact. So there is no cost in, exporting it. Even in the making of nanotechnology, nanoparticles, it's very easy. Easy in sense, of course, for the scientists, it's easy, but then it's easy in the terms of the making things. So the cost, approximately what right now I'm giving to the government is 80, that is less than 1 GBP per toilet seat, or, which covers around 5 square meter surface. So it's less than 1 GBP, which is compared to the chemicals which are used right now, like acid or phenyls, or, the chemicals which are being used in the facility management. More than, I think, billion tons of chemicals are being used. And that costs around more than 2.5 GBP per use of the toilet. So we are almost reducing the cost by around 50%. And the environment, of course, as we said, the forever chemicals right now, we are working on that. The acidic or the phenyl and the PFAs, which are being used heavily in the cleaning industry. So cleaning industry contributes a lot in terms of water usage, in terms of the surface, in terms of the, the chemicals which are going into the environment, which is causing soil pollution, that is soil, the acidic soil, which is also making the soil infertile. It is also getting into the water, the sea, which is making the aquatic animals and the aquatic life, stable. And also it is contributing to the climate change because these chemicals are exothermic in nature. So they almost, release the heat. So my future projects with our team is AI with nanotechnology in microbiology, because I'm a PhD in microbiology. I love microbiology. My company is in nanotechnology. And as I'm a business person, because I am doing right now my leadership and my MBA from Cornell University. So AI is the new trend. So looking at the sensors, we can actually, with the IoT, we can actually have AI, and then we can actually detect microorganisms or chemicals at a very faster and accurate rates. So that's what our mission is, that how we can actually get AI with nanotechnology, and we can detect more and more microorganisms or chemicals at a faster rate. Because right now, as Gary said, we take around 24 to 48 hours for detecting any microorganisms. I showed Professor Sir, the new technique, which is by Hygiena, which can actually detect around 6 hours, the E. coli in 6 hours with the microfluidics. But now, with IoT and with the nanotechnology or AI plus AI, we can actually detect in minutes, and we can do the continued regulation of the water and the microorganisms or the chemicals in it. So that is the future that which we have to head on. So our solution, as we can see, we have been working on different kinds of surfaces. And right now, these are the 17 SKUs we are in the market, and we are working with the government, B2G, B2B, as well as B2C. Being bacteriostatic, antimicrobial as a nano spray. It also saves water up to 55%. It's environmentally safe. And we are using, so there are bacteriostatic particles which are there in plant-based material, which we are using right now. These are our target segments, what we are doing right now with the government and the facility managers. So facility management, like Sodexo or BVG, they hold up to around 2.5 billion crore, like 2.5 billion industry, which is very huge. And if we get to revolutionize the traditional chemicals, what we are using right now into nanotechnology chemicals, which we have to head up, we can actually have plus points to the environment, to the water saving, to the surface deterioration, to the environment. So there's a lot of plus. So always there has to be a revolution to any of the industry. And I think nanotechnology with AI is something what we are looking forward as a youngster. Our team, of course, I'm the CEO. There's Dr. Ankur Chaturvedi, who is also a part of the Royal Chemistry, and he is also our CSO. He's a postdoc. Then we have my sister, who is a CFO. She is looking after the financials of the company. So hopefully we can become a unicorn soon. So we have the recognitions from the topmost international organizations like UNDP Youth Collab. We have been World Bank. I'm in an advisory group. And also currently they have started with the Water Innovation Challenge, which only like 20 teams were selected out of 163 countries. Luckily from India, we have been selected, and we are working with the World Bank with the Water Challenge. And I'm also an advisory group. So I make policies at the World Bank in terms of SDG 6, specifically SDG 6, which is water and sanitation. So if you have any suggestions, you can, write to me, and then, I can put forward to World Bank policymakers. And then accordingly, the funds and the grants and the policies are being made. So it goes to the governments, different kinds of government. So I've also been invited by the UK DCMS. So I have visited London in 2019. I was been sponsored by UK DCMS for the same project, and it was very much welcoming for me to come again over here. Our roadmap ahead, as we can see, we are trying to expand in UK, Southeast Asia, Europe, and Africa, because there are a lot of problems over there. And thank you so much. We are happy to prevent infections. We are happy to protect our surfaces, and we are happy to protect your health. Thank you so much. Happy to have any questions. Yeah, please.
Just, okay, you'll come on.
I'm running out of time. Yes.
Was there any analysis to what products would be released into the environment from your product?
Yeah, so basically we are making plant-based nanoparticles, and we are also adding some metal nanoparticles to it, which is in like 100 ppm. So which is very less, which is also by the FDA, they have been approved to be releasing in the environment, because they are not being antimicrobial as such to the environment in that particular quantity. So we have done that, yeah.
I'm not concerned about the antimicrobial effect. I'm more concerned about the residual effect. So has this been done?
Yeah, because we are plant-based nanoparticles, we are using, so they are automatically getting into so basically it's sustainable. They are getting into the environment so that they don't have any effect as such on the environment. No, because they're plant-based, yeah. So they're plant-based, yes. So like suppose neem, if you're using neem nanoparticles, so azardica, so there's a part of azardica which we are using. So that is basically, they're part of the environment. So we are using Ayurvedic formulations.
Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
What about biocidal resistance? Is the bacteria, can it build resistance against them over time?
So probably we are not seeing that, but I think because nanotechnology is a new, and it also works at the, bacteriostatic effect. That is, it's preventing or repelling so there is negative and negative coming together, and then we repel the bacteria. So as such, there is no bactericidal effect. Only the silver nanoparticles, what we are using, is having bactericidal effect. So if the microorganisms, for example, if I'm just using my toilet, okay, and I'm just having the E. coli in few CFUs, that E. coli will be, killed by the silver nanoparticles. But then we will be also having the bacteriostatic effect, which will not allow the microorganisms to grow or multiply. So now we are having the two effects coming together. So there is, what you can say, from the silver, of course, there can be a microbial resistance, but from the bacteriostatic effect, there will be no microbial resistance, because it is not impacting the gene. It is just impacting the outer layer. It's like a magnet. So they're just getting, they're not getting allowed to, stick on the surface. So there is no resistance in this particular technology. Yeah. It's not antibiotics. So antibiotics can get resistance because they have been made by the microorganisms, and that's how they get into this.
I think Jenny has got a question.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, so we have to reapply the films after every month. So depending on the surface. So if you're using on the sofa, then we have around 6 months because it has been absorbed. But then again, the wear and tear of the sofa, we need to check. So it's a film. It's a film which can, what do you say, come out. So we need to check about that. So what we have done is we have actually embedded UV, what you can say, the UV particles where, we can check with the UV light whether the film is intact or not. So that, we can check that. And on the toilet specifically, what I'm doing, so we can check that if the film is, having a wear and tear, then we can again apply it. But after every month, we suggest that we can, you have to change the, what do you say, the film.
But if you say that it's coated and then it can also come off wear and tear, so then that surface is not going to be covered in an even manner because the wear and tear will be different across the whole surface. So you're not going to get, I'm presuming, an antimicrobial effect at the same rate or same concentration as, say, for another part of that surface area. So is it inconsistent in terms of where you're actually touching that surface?
So you can say a little bit of inconsistency in terms of if you don't check whether the film is eroded or not. So we need to check the time that the film is intact or not. And for that also we can on the soft surfaces, how we can check is the water and stain repellency. If the water and stain repellency is intact, that means the film is intact with the with the bacteriostatic effect. But in terms of hard surfaces like wood or steel or glass, we need to check with the UV, or we need to embed some particles which can actually, with the UV light or something like that, we can check whether the film is intact or not.
The antimicrobial effect then. And
So what we did was that we took the sampling for continuous 30 days. And so in the toilet specifically, we did like day 0, like before, after, and then day week 1, week 2, week 3. That's how we did on the toilets. And the toilets were being used by more than, I think, 3,000 to 4,000 people, where there is a lot of, the bacterial contamination can come. So we saw a good result in that particular term on the ground. And in the lab, we did with the surfaces. Like we took a small middle piece, or we took small different kinds of surfaces, and then we tried to embed them with the microorganisms. So basically, how do we do the antimicrobial test? The similar thing, yes.
For example, if you have like a pipe system, or like, water containers, like would your technology
Be embedded inside?
Yeah.
So yeah. Yes, yes.
Maybe, can I just interfere, because we are now 25 minutes nearly late. So what I'm thinking, we will have a lunch break, 1.5 hours, when you can have a further discussion, if you don't mind. Yeah, is it okay? Yeah.
Because
Yes,
if
we
you
can
could
connect.
keep that contact, that antimicrobial contact, like at constant, like surface, like at surface of the water, is that going to prevent, like in big tankers? But then obviously that it's not consistent in terms of like.
We need to make that the
Yeah.
consistency with the chemistry. So there has to be a lot of work which has to go on. I think we as a team together, we can make it happen. So I see this as a future.
Yeah.
According to the sir also, I think we can see this as a future.
So what I wanted to say that we have a lot of questions. I've got questions, but we have a limited times, right? So that case, what we can do, we will have 1.5 hour lunch session. We must interact each other. That's the reason it's a networking. And also we'll have an assessment for, I will choose some of the examiners who can look the posters from students and decide the winners, okay? So one thing I wanted to conclude now, you have seen Diva is so energetic. And I just want to tell our students that don't think only about passing exams and then find a job somewhere, but look for your own interest, like what she did during the PhD. She created the small company, and from there she has grown up, and now we are in a collaborative program. And my advice is don't think only education is just to pass an exam. Think about something in a bigger cause. Yeah. If you have any interest, go ahead with that one. Okay. And with that, I think I thank Dibba once again, Dr. Tapro. Right? So our last speaker is Professor Anita Varma, and her expertise is on nanomedicine. Those who came on Friday, she gave a proper research talk on Friday. But I just want to tell you again an introductory things about Professor Varma. When I came to Manchester around 25 years ago, I met Professor Varma, and she was a postdoctoral fellow in the University of Manchester. And it happened to be that my family moved to a place where they were living at the time. Okay. And then they left Manchester, went back to India in 2000 actually. And then I didn't have any connection between Professor Varma and my research. Okay. And then suddenly in 2018, we popped up again having a collaboration. So I met her again in 2019, January in Delhi University in international conference. And from there, again, we began talking about collaboration. Okay. So in 2020, we had an international conference announcement, but because of the COVID, we couldn't do it at UCLan Preston, but we managed to deliver the conference via online Zoom platform at the beginning of the COVID. So our conference was like in a kind of, during COVID time. So many people have been benefited out of that COVID conference. And Professor Varma actually took in charge as a co-organizer, same as what Ferial is doing today, but sitting in Delhi University, correct? And then she was also associated with the previous project, not with Professor Bhaumik, it was with the University of Delhi on nanomedicine research. And today she is going to talk about what we can do together with reference to our project in a transnational education perspectives, correct? So that's what she will be talking today. So we go back again, and then we stop that one. What is wrong? So this is the last lecture. I think you were saying that you may not need even 20 minutes, isn't it? So we'll see. Yeah. So let me just go to the Zoom again and then share the screen. And that's the one, right? And then share it and then upload it. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I know I'm standing between lunch and the happiness of eating. Thank you, Dr. Tapas, for inviting me here and for the kind introduction. And well, being a nanobiotechnologist, I'm just trying to consolidate everything what everybody said, because briefly my slides will connect each and every line or every aspect which people have spoken from morning. So, well, they have mentioned aquaculture, and we have to remember that aquaculture is a part we are looking at where we are growing the fish in controlled conditions. So the food production systems are required. The entire population of the world is 7.8 billion. It requires 2.2 metric tons of aquatic products per year. Now, if that is the demand, which is going to increase by 20% in 2050, that is what the projection goes, we have to be very, very serious about it. So we also know that there is a lot of, although I'm supposed to be talking only of Eastern India, but globally, there is so much of brackish water. There is so much of stagnant water all over the place. And there is so much of water contamination, which everybody has touched. So we must remember that uneaten food, feces, everything contributes. And when there is any animal protein going, there is a lot of phosphorus. There is a lot of nitrogen compounds which are already lying low. And none of us have ever bothered to look into that. So that is the waste. Whether it is an industrial effluent or not is not important. It is a natural effluent which is already present, which also needs to be looked into. Why are we talking about aquaculture? Because as it is, the classical aquaculture has certain disadvantages. We already know that these natural products, the natural byproducts are already sitting. We have to look into novel nanotechnologies, novel strategies where we can actually address the challenges. If we do not start now, looking at my previous speaker, that energy has to be there, that, okay, it's not later, but it's now. We have to address all the problems now. So when we look at aquaculture, we are looking at the basic health of the people, because it's not only we are looking after the fish, we are actually looking after human health. Everything translates into health management, because if we have to enhance fish production, it can't be a diseased fish production. It has to be a healthy fish. And can we manage it with nanotechnology? Well, we'll just have a glimpse of how we can manage through the slides. But let me just, this is for the students. You must have a perspective of nanotechnology. Everybody's been talking about nanotechnology. When I look at it, it goes into scales 10 raised to the power minus 12, 9 to minus 12. But when I look at it in aspects, it's like a virus. It's as small as a virus. And the way the virus infects, nanotechnology is going to enter into every aspect of the human body. When I look at the diatoms, which are already present in the water, we are going to introduce something to that smaller level into the systems again, whether my policies allow that or not. So just to have a look at them, look at the Chlamydomonas, Staphylococcus, Aspicia, Volvox, Artemia. As we grow higher in the scales, we can grow from quantum dots, which are in subatomic scales, to multi-wall carbon nanoparticles, which are 10 raised to the power of 8, which can go on and on. We can make carbon nanoparticles or tubes, which can be longer. So as per our application, we will just look at the scales and decide what kind of nanoparticles, because nobody questioned among the students or among the audience whether the nanoparticles everyone has been talking about, what are the scales they are using. That is also an aspect which one has to understand. So the key applications of nanotechnology for specific aquaculture, I would look at 3 aspects. The safety and security being the primary. The nanomaterials which I use have to be safe. Then we talk about the applications. So treatments of pollutants in water has been spoken about since the morning. Microbial disinfection is again what we have looked at since the morning. Materials also, Professor Bhaumik has given us a very good view. How to do the application by nanosensors, Dr. Somnath has given. But there are still formulations nobody spoke about, packaging nobody spoke about, delivery of these nanoparticles is something which is still under. And can we treat the fish with this? Yes. So when I look at it, I will call it nano aquaculture, nano filtration, nano bioremediation, or pond sterilization if I want to do the whole pond sterilization. Whether I make a nano feed formulation for enhancing the nourishment or curing a disease. That will be, again, to think about the aquatic management of the fish. Whether I can do a nano vaccinology, this is a new aspect which can be think about. The immune system of the fish should be also taken into care. Why? When we are introducing nanoparticles of different materials, there is a different immune response which is going to come out. Every animal has an immune response. Even if you look at CRISPR technology, we are looking at the immune system of the E. coli, which was already there. They are putting small bits of it and keeping it as a memory where we can exploit. So the Cas9 protein is also looking at that. So nanovaccinology is a new aspect, because when I'm using a nanosystem to improve my water quality, I'm using it to improve the to reduce the exchange rates, as we were talking about the ionizable material. And we want to increase the fish survival as well as the yield. Now, when I do a survival, do I need a fish to be consumed within 6 months when it grows to its maximum? Is there any importance in keeping the fish alive from 6 months to 1 year? Is it cost effective? Is it going to add to the protein, or it is just a waste? So just talking about survival, talking about increasing some, if I want to enhance my life from 60 years to 90 years, is it beneficial? For humans, yes, but for fish and other animals, especially farm-bred animals, is it important? Are we enhancing the quantity and quality of the protein in that, or we are just going to increase the cost burden on ourselves? Just points to think about. Well, nanofiltration, everybody spoke. Nanofiltration is the most important, but what are we looking at? We can look at these graphene layers, ultra thin layers. What I'm trying to say is by dimensions. What is my dimension which I require to acquire or to achieve that kind of filtration? So when I look at it, I can look at the aerobic as well as the anaerobic biofilms which you were speaking about. When I have those, what do I want to remove? Just the ammonia, just the nitrites, just the nitrates, or put in nanomaterials which will remove the biofilms but create more residual matter which we will never be able to understand or clean. So before we move from lab to the scales where we want to go and do the field testing, we have to have the what you call every aspect of the residual, which again needs to be going for waste management, wherein the policymakers will come into play, where they have to worry about those. Zeolite is something we have been speaking about, publishing papers for the past 20 years. We know that water is kept clean because of the zeolite. Wherein comes the new novelty now is we are using the zeolite along with iron nanoparticles. When we use both of them together, we are able to remove the residual. Similarly, whether I want a big carbon nanosheet to do it, or I need ultra fine nanoparticles of iron oxide to do the cleaning, that we have to decide what aspect of water filtration at what point we require. So, because if I look at it, I have the trichloroethane, carbon tetrachloride nanoparticles, dioxins, poly. So we have plenty of cleaning material. Similarly, this I have taken from Nanomaterial Science. This is a reference where they have very nicely stated their problem of the phosphates, which I was mentioning. Their objective was to keep a balance between the sodium and the phosphate, which is from brackish water. Now, we are also having ponds in Eastern India where we have all the places where we are going to do the testing. So this is where we wanted to do the field testing for Dr. Tapas. There in the brackish aquaculture, they are looking at the effluents and they're trying to look at the diafiltration along with the nanofiltration. So dual effect, and they have been able to very nicely show that they have been able to create a balance between phosphate and the sodium ions. They're not removing it. Basically, even if you recycle it, you're good. So you have to not allow it to just, they stay there as a residual. So and this aspect can have, you can use it in your fish aquarium also. So you can translate this into using it into the labs as well as into the controlled bioflocks. We have big fish containing things. I don't know, I don't remember the diameter, but where at a time, almost 100 million fish can be grown under controlled conditions. There you require such, because you are adding the feed, which has a lot of proteins. So we need to have the surfaces clean. Now, this was another aspect of their study, which I have taken again from nanomaterials. Here they have used silica nanoparticles to again do a surface coating. But here also they are now looking at biofueling. I will be touching that aspect just in a few minutes. Yes. So for pond management of the size we are talking about in our villages, we can actually just use simple silver or zinc oxide, copper oxide, iron oxide nanoparticles and have a cleaning of that. If I want to do a fish aquarium coating, we can have or any cemented cisterns, we can actually use nano coatings and they do fine. But hybrid composites, hybrid nano composites are better because they will, now when you have used a composite, although you kept calling it that we used metallic as well as Ayurveda, this thing, plant-based. But these nanoparticles are basically when you combine two or more, you're making hybrid nanocomposites. We are going to have a synergistic effect if possible. So nano-silver composites, nanocomposites are basically should be used along with the designing. When you're designing and manufacturing your system, there itself it should go in. Well, nanobioremediation by photocatalysis is a very old aspect of cleaning the ponds. But this cleaning the ponds along with nanoparticles, where we are now going to address the pesticides, hydrocarbons, heavy metals, which we are already there, as well as the textile dyes. If we put 4 aspects together, 4 nanoparticles together, we are in business. This is the aspect which I wanted to touch, because here we require anti-fouling coatings. We want to mitigate the biofouling, and it is just the unwanted biofilm. There is something which will come in, you're trying to keep it, but it cannot be under our control because it is under natural ponds. When you look at natural ponds, there is a lot of debris and waste, bio-waste generated within the system. We are only talking about E. coli and other bacteria. We are forgetting that there are plants also in the system, and the plants are also going to die. There are diatoms in the system. They are also going to die. So there's going to be a cycling. And if supposing we are not only looking at fish, we could be looking at mussels, we could be looking at barnacles. We have to worry about the seaweeds, anything, but to address each and everything with different nanoparticles. So putting all of them together, we can have a polymer brush, we can have a metallic nanoparticle as well, a biocide. We require biocidic compounds, photosensitizers, along with carbon nanoparticles. So we are looking at 3 aspects. To cover the resistant question, which you had asked, which are very relevant, degrading of the fouling, because if we degrade them, we have to recycle them. So recycling of the waste, regeneration of that, this aspect of nanotechnology will help us to rise better. This is for Professor Bhaumik. The materials, we have to have an overview of the nanomaterials which are already in use. Nothing has gone into field trials, nothing into success stories. They are all in the labs, and they are working where they are working with non-metallic nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles, composites, polymeric nanoparticles. They have used specifically different nanoparticles to address marine biofouling, because that is totally different. And of course, water treatment. That's okay. The other aspect I forgot was medical antifouling, which we want to use it in the hospitals. That aspect. Now, I'm running because now we are running short of time. Looking at nano devices, we require nano devices which are not going to wait for 48 hours. They're not going to wait for 24 hours, but we just need a system where you dip into the water and you know what it is, what you have. So why I have taken this, because when we knew the Chinese delegation is coming, this is important that the world should know that China is already using this. They already have a system which is called as a nanonet treatment. And this is at now the best device at present. And it is showing 100% fish survival. And this is the paper which I did not put any picture from, but it has been, the reference is Louis 2008. He gave it, but now it is in the markets. So the Nano 863 is the product which is already there in the market. What are we looking at? The nano sensors for monitoring fish health. This is where we will be looking at the water quality. That is the aspect we need. We want to look at the water pathogens, and we want to look at the fish itself in terms of its being healthy. So the nano sensor can control 2 things. If we can do that, we are in business, and we should look at the nano sensors. And the last aspect which I want to look at is the nanomedicines for addressing fish diseases, because it is not only E. coli. The fish dies of bacteria, fungi, and an early detection will always save millions of rupees for the farmers and millions of things for us. We have a chitosan-based wrapping vaccine and nano encapsulation, which is already in place. But we should worry about the seedlings. The fish when they are going for breeding, we cannot start with a bad lot. We should start with good fish. So the seedlings also should be pathogen free. What are we looking at? Rapid disease detection, increasing ability of the fish to absorb the drugs, hormones, medicines, whatever we want to give, whether the fish is going to take, whether we can look at the fish and see by the color and taste that it has been treated or it is not later on when you're eating, whether these compounds are going to impact, whether we have been able to do a prevention of decay, whether my encapsulation and the release of the medicines or vaccines, whatever we want to put it, is in a regulated manner. That is, we worry about controlled release. Whether we have been able to improve the bioavailability, durability, shelf life, everything of the feed which was already existing. Well, nanohead filtration, we have spoken a lot about. Nanomedicine in aquaculture is the part where I come into the picture. We can look at the delivery system. We can look into the nano vaccine and nano gene therapy. Of course, we are looking at a lot of particles. We are looking at quantum dots. The quantum dots are already there, where we can actually look at the zebrafish and have all the answers as it is progressing. siRNA-mediated gene delivery also has been in there. We can have a transgenic zebrafish and we can do the checking. This is for the laboratory scale. We are not translating it into the ponds. Nanovaccinology, people have already tried with selenium and seen the important aspects of selenium. And of course, if we can increase the growth, we can increase the breeding, and we can increase the shelf life of the fish. 3 different aspects, but that can be looked into. But all this has the last aspect, which is the toxicology, where we must be very, very careful. And just one aspect I'm giving about the metallic nanoparticles. Please, if anybody heard my talk on 28, I stressed on the fact that there is a lot of oxidative stress which is generated by nanoparticles. We cannot ignore that. So looking at the nano toxicity, we must not add to the environment pollution, which is already there. Now we are trying to make a cure and we are adding more to the environment pollution. That is not going to give us any answers. So we must look into the aspects where we are putting in the nanoparticles, but it is not going to further cause stress to the animal or to the system which is existing, but to mitigate most of the ills which were already present. What are we looking at? We hope to make aquaculture a circular bioeconomy. Here we are increasing, and then we are addressing the inorganic matter as well as the organic matter. So we are looking at all 3 different aspects. First level will be the productive organisms. Second level will be the filtering all the organisms. Third level will be the macro algae and the residual effluent, so that we look after all the aspects and it becomes sustainable. Where do I come into the picture? Validation of the nanosensors, which all are going to create in terms of lab testing, where I have the zebrafish facility, where we are doing the nanomedicines, and the field testing, which we already have the ponds, which the poster is outside for Agratam. People can have a look. We can look into all these 8 different pollutants, as well as the protocol for the nanosensor for E. coli, which I have stressed that we must make, where we must be able to test by just dipping. Not even 4 hours, which you desired, not even 48 to 24 to 48 hours, which Dr. Gary proposed. We have to have a dip set, like the point of care system we do for where we are not looking at the RT-PCR, but we are just looking at the detection based on the aptamers. We have to look at 10 different species of E. coli. Even if we look for one animal, one bacteria, it's fine. Later on the same system, Pseudomonas and others can come on. So this is a brief protocol which I had made. Now I'm just summarizing, which I have already spoken, so I don't think we need. What is my future perspective plan, which I feel that everybody should know? That we look at nanocomposite membranes, we look at nanocomposite coatings, We look at the concentration required for the optimal effect and the durability, where everybody has been talking in for Dr. Divya as well. Also, to remember how to upscale, that large scale use is the most important. The tunability is important because if we make small nanoparticles, it's fine. But the moment I use it on a higher scale, the chemical tunability becomes a very big problem because it destabilizes. So we have to be very careful there. High performance composites are what are required. So the Professor Bhaumik's job is most important. Your nanomaterials are going to be the base for any future aspect. Wherein comes another aspect is the translational national education, which Dr. Tapas had proposed, which is of great significance for growth of the education center from China, India, UK together. I have been running a certificate course in collaboration with Institute of Nanomedicine in India. We propose a course where we can all come in together, and the 4th certificate course in nanobiotechnology in hybrid mode, where we have the lectures online and we have 1 week of hands-on training of the students. This we propose to hold. We also had planned in April that we would have an international conference in October. We are not sure, but the theme was the same, in tune with what we have been talking since morning, use of nanotechnology in water, health, and environment, way to sustainable future. Thank you.
I think we are half an hour delay, so we can take 1 or 2 quick questions. Yeah, Deva?
So the thing is that what is less wrong, more right, have to be put in place. Like the nanotechnology is going to have its side effects, which is, accumulating of nanoparticles on the nature. But then again, you have to use nanoparticles accordingly. But there are metal nanoparticles are being used. In COVID also, there were the left and right. And further also, but then the advantage is what we are getting. And the problems, the current problem of water, scarcity, what we're trying to say.
Just 1 minute. There is an announcement before you.
Sure, because there's nothing called completely right or completely wrong. Because the chemicals what we're using is also wrong. The nanotechnology is going to revolutionize it, but it has its own advantage and disadvantage. We need to look at this because while making the policies in the World Bank policy, we are just trying to make it what is less right, more wrong, or more that the scale has to be there. Because nothing can be, this and this. This has to be like the diplomatic way. So what you would suggest on this, even ma'am,
it's not for us to suggest.
Yeah.
The fact is, pre-COVID, we were not allowed to add anything into the water. That rule policy for the world exists. We are not allowed to add anything in the water. Hence, we talk of coatings. Hence, we talk of improving. Hence, I keep talking on or laying stress on making nanosensors rather than adding nanoparticles. So if I'm going to use nanovaccinology, which I think is also going to be in captive farms, where we give it to the fish and then we put it back into the water. Natural ponds, we are not allowed to infuse anything. So that policy stands correct, and we have to abide and make our suggestions or innovations around it. And the rest, of course, looking at the success of COVID, everybody has started appreciating nanotechnologies. At least I, even while coming to UK, saw a taste of it. When they asked me why you're coming to UK, I showed them my invite and they stood up and told me, ma'am, you have made it great. Please come. Because of nanomedicine, we are alive. So that kind of respect one got from the customs. I was very impressed. So that means we are in business. We are in the right track. The future is ours, how best we make it. And not ruin the environment.
Yes. Some environment we want to save it, but at the same time, we need to scale this thing up and down.
Correct.
I mean, I just want to say that the way we have started collaborating with this organization and a company, not companies and organizations, which is like a charity organization called Agratham. There's a poster outside. You can have a look. And you can see that there are wasteland in some parts of India, and they converted wasteland for the aquaculture. Okay, so not only that they created some sort of business model to create a aquaculture, but they have provided the local people who are based on aquaculture. So that case, they have enhanced the economy of the village or the region. Okay, and how as a nanomaterial scientist or maybe sensor, we can help them to to impact on the economy as well as the health. So that's the whole idea behind that. So we are talking about the impact. So let's
In 2017, that model was judged by World Bank as one of the most sustainable models because they were converting the non-productive water wastelands into ponds, and in the ponds, every farmer has they have
stakeholder,
some
yeah.
stakeholding, and they are doing well. So each one is making money. It's win-win situation for all.
Okay, let's thanks to Professor Bharma once again. And then there will be an announcement. The announcement is that, okay, let's speak, thanks to all the speakers and all the attendees who have been listening carefully with their time as well as effort and asking questions like young students, they are coming forward and asking questions to the experts. And before we go for the lunch, I just wanted to say that the lunch session, we decided between 12:30 to 2, we will follow exactly until 2 o'clock. Then we are coming over here. We will have a list of panel members, which will be sitting over here. And then you must come and get engaged with the policymakers or the expert on the panel. So you are welcome to do that one. And then those who are presenting posters, especially the students, we will select 3 judges among the experts. And then what you need to do, you don't need to, compromise with your lunchtime. So you keep on doing your lunchtime and sit in front of your poster. And then if anybody asks questions while eating, you can answer it. But I would suggest the judges, if they can spend like 10 minutes of their time, I'm not asking them to actually engage fully. If they can take 10 minutes of their time, go and look. There are only 5 or 6 posters, and we will provide you the marking criteria. So your job is to give some mark, and then Feria will give an average of that. And then when we finish the panel discussion followed by, we will have, also I wanted to tell you that we have ordered some wine and cheese, okay, after the panel discussion. So before we give the conclusion, right? So at the end, between 4 and 4:30, we will have a formal closing ceremony followed by award announcement. I invited Professor Senjan Queen to come and give the awards, but I'm not sure about that. If he doesn't come, we will do ourselves. Okay. So with that, I think I conclude this technical session and opening speech, and we go for a lunch. Yeah, and help yourself is a buffet lunch. So there will be no sitting area. So you have a chance to interact each other. There are a lot of people who can have questions. You didn't ask. You can have a chance to ask questions. Correct. And thank you again to all. Yeah. I can actually stop recording now, yeah?
You can tell even them that we will start.
Yeah, I think we are not disconnecting. We will stop recording actually. Somewhere it was recording, right? I'm sorry? No, there's no problem. I'm just thinking we don't need to record this one, right? So we'll stop recording again. So welcome to the second session of our international workshop. The first one was the technical. Before that, we had the opening session. And this session is to have some sort of, discussion, what can be done, okay, with reference to the policy. And the people, they are here as a policy panel members. They're expert on their respective field. So what we can do, we will introduce ourselves using the microphone. And then when we go to the public, we will take the microphone to ask questions to the panel members. And we know that we have already set 4 important topics. So those topics are not assigned to any member of the panel. We all will be contributing as far as our expertise. But I can tell you one of them, which is Professor Vicky Stone via Zoom platform from Harriet University, and she is an expert on nanomaterials toxicity. Okay, so the last topic which I have designed specifically for Vicky to say, that we have been discussing about how the nanomaterials could be powerful for the applications of water, borne disease to be taken out, but when you expose the nanoparticle, what will be the consequence in the environment? So the Vicky is sitting for the European Union policy meeting along with a lot of projects with the European Horizon program. So Vicky, maybe I will ask you to introduce yourself first, and then I go and ask everybody to introduce, yeah?
Okay, thank you, Tapas, and thank you for the invitation, and apologies for not being there in person. So yeah, I'm Vicky Stone. I'm a professor of toxicology at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh, and I've been working on the hazards to human health of nanoscale materials for over 20 years. And this is because they exist in air pollution accidentally, but also in consumer goods that span all sectors of our lives. And so the idea is to try and understand how their physical and chemical characteristics and their exposure relate to their hazards, so that we can use them safely and so that we can inform industry and regulators on ways to protect society and the environment.
Hello?
Yes, this is also.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mao Guozhu from Tianjin University, China. My major is from environmental planning and policy.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Anna Stack. I'm professor in actually slightly different field, fire toxicity and toxicology. I work at UCLan, and generally we looking at fire threats to human, but mostly caused by POPs, persistent organic pollutants. So we are interested in anything from the analytical chemistry, development of analytical techniques, and quantifying those chemicals in biological matrices such as blood and urine. So currently we've tested over 1,000 firefighters nationally, and testing general public for PFAS, flame retardants, VOCs, and many other chemicals. So that's kind of.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Sakti Karunanithy. I'm the local director of public health. My area of interest is in risk assessment, risk communication, and risk mitigation of this subject. Forward to participating in this discussion with our esteemed guests.
Good afternoon. I'm Amitabh Verma. I have worked as a civil servant in the government of India for about 37 years, and now a retired servant. But nowadays I work a lot on fish farming and aquaculture, and that primarily related to inland water fishing. So this seminar is a good concern for us to improve the water quality and to improve the survival rate of the fish farms there. So we had a poster outside also, and I must thank Dr. Tapas for having me here.
Hi, I'm Yola McCoy. I'm the technical director at Feedwater, but my specialty is in environmental engineering, and I'm interested really in multidisciplinary applications and in evaluating how what we do will impact on everything really that surrounds us. So whether it's water or hospital environment, which it might come later on in your questions. So just looking at the bigger picture and not
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Divya Rathod. I'm the founder of Silver Nanos Innovations LLP. I have been a UN Women signatory. So currently I'm making policies in UN Women as well as a World Bank Youth Advisory Group. So we are here to make policies, and we are here to hear youth voices
so that we can add a youth complement to all the policies, because the future is youth. And I would love to contribute my voice, the youth voice, as a youth voice to the policy making. So I hope that we all consider together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have heard already myself talking from the beginning. I'm Dr. Tapas Sen, as you know that I'm the coordinator of the workshop. And also as my role in the policy that I will actually moderate the whole session, first thing. And second thing, I also sit for the OWEG, Open-Ended Working Group for United Nations under Intergovernmental Science Policy Panel decided by the Royal Society of Chemistry. So you probably have seen in your, delegate fact, we have set 4 important topics to discuss. The first one, we can begin in discussing. The first one is the current regulation of chemical pollution under the discussion by Science Policy Panel OEWG3, Royal Society of Chemistry, UK for United Nations. So if you remember during my presentation, I gave some topics, what we are looking for. The United Nations has asked every country to contribute with their opinion as a working group. And this working group has been formed by the Royal Society of Chemistry by inviting not only the scientists, they have invited general public, youth, they have invited, for example, industry. But what I can tell you, before when we can decide to join on the invitation, we had to complete something called conflict of interest form, right? So for example, the industries, they are developing their product, and those products are economically viable or, profitable for them, but they may not be interested to know about the public concern of those chemicals in the environment. But if we invite some industry to join in that group, they will have to declare in advance whether there is any conflict of interest related to the chemicals, right? So for example, we talk about the pesticides. The pesticides are widely used in India, in many developing world, even in over here, but although we have got a section called organic food in our supermarket. But in India, you cannot imagine that type of facilities, right? In China, Professor Mark, can you actually pick up one of the microphones? Maybe it's good to discuss. Have you got in your supermarket something called organic food?
Yeah, I can see organic products in supermarket.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So have you seen? So now it's coming up, but the only reason I'm bringing this one now. We can't hear him. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So sorry about the delay. I'm on holiday in the US and I was really having trouble with my internet connection, but I think I've got it sorted now.
Steve, can you introduce yourself? Yeah, I don't need to tell Steve actually. Yeah, Steve is the Royal Society of Chemistry Policy Manager.
Sorry, Tapas, could you hold the microphone a bit closer to your mouth, please?
So Steve, can you come forward and introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sure. My name is Stephanie Metzger. I'm normally in the UK working for the Royal Society of Chemistry, but at the moment I'm home on vacation in the United States. I am a policy advisor. I work on sustainable chemicals and chemicals policy. And one of my main areas of focus is on PFAS, so forever chemicals, which I think is why I'm here today to join into this discussion. And in general, I work on chemicals policy in the UK and internationally. So thanks so much for having me today. And again, apologies for the delay on my end.
No problem at all, Steph. Vicky, my microphone was not in green mode. So that's the reason, not because I was not close to the microphone. So I've changed my microphone now so you can hear me, right? So that's good. So what we are discussing, Steph, we know that what we are about to discuss today, and we discussed in the past also many occasions where Cam was chairing the session. So what we wanted to say that the industry, they are producing the chemicals. So before we invite any industry into that open-ended working group 3, we all have to declare the conflict of interest, because the chemicals which they are producing, they can be economically beneficial for them, but they may not be beneficial for the environment. So they have to come forward in advance to say that if they want to join and actually get involved with the discussion group, then they will have to declare the conflict of interest, right? So that's the whole things. Then you know that when I presented, I have indicated all the chemicals. One of them we are discussing about the pesticide pollution, and the pesticide pollutions are dominant in the developing world, where their agricultural farms, they are not fully regulated or controlled, so they're excessively using the pesticides. So that case, what will happen to the public health through the water and environment? So we have asked question to a Chinese delegate who sits in the policy in the Tianjin region, and then we have got Indian delegates who are commenting on that. So one of them is pesticides. Similarly, we discussed about the PFAS. PFAS is a major concern, as you see. Even Dr. Roy's presentation was saying that UK water system is like 60% of them health concern. So we have recently, so maybe Stefan, can you come forward and discuss what Royal Society has raised with reference to the PFAS regulation limit? It was a big news actually 6 months back.
Yeah, sure. So in the UK at the moment, there, as you mentioned, there are types of PFAS found in most water systems, and the UK limits for how much PFAS is allowed in our drinking water is at the moment falling behind some other countries in the world. So the EU, for example, has a stricter limit in terms of a cumulative limit on how much PFAS is allowed in drinking water. They have a list of 20 PFAS that have to be monitored, and they have to add up the cumulative amount of those 20, and it cannot exceed 100 nanograms per liter. And then in the US, just a few months ago, they officially enacted their new limits on PFOS and PFOA in drinking water at 4 nanograms per liter, and a hazard index that keeps the levels pretty low for another handful of PFAS. And the UK, on the other hand, allows up to 100 nanograms per liter of any individual PFAS in our drinking water. And actually, these standards are not actually law. They're just technically guidance. Everyone follows them, but they're not actually even technically law. So, so yes, we are suggesting that the UK lower that standard to 10 nanograms per liter to be in line with the more recent science. And also to make that an actual law, a statutory standard, rather than just guidance. And also institute a cumulative level of 100 nanograms per liter. And that would hopefully get the best of both worlds, protecting against individual and total cumulative burden. That also would bring us in line more with our neighboring countries in the USA and in the EU. So that is what we've been suggesting for PFAS in drinking water. Let me just as well quickly comment on what you said about the open-ended working group and about the science policy panel for chemicals, waste, and pollution. I think you're exactly right that they are trying to develop, hopefully, a very strict set of conflict of interest rules to make sure that if industry, for example, participates, that it's very clear who they are and what interests they're representing. But it's very important that everybody be involved in the discussion. For example, we know industry holds a lot of proprietary data on chemicals that could help to inform how chemicals need to be managed, or perhaps where there's pollution and things. So we need to have them involved in some way. And the robust conflict of interest procedure is being developed in order to allow them to participate and to get that expertise and information into the process, but obviously as well in a way that protects the process from undue influence. So yeah, that's a great, I'm glad to hear you've mentioned that, Tapas. It's really, really important.
Thank you so much. And also in our interest group, we are also promoting people who are like a very young students, right? So they can contribute with their opinion, because you know, at the end, they will have to live longer than what we have to live, right? So they have this right to say something about how we can set the policy making. So one of the things which we discussed, that we can have like a young PhD students can join the OEWG working group, isn't it, Steph?
Yeah, that's a great point. Because like you say, you know, those are the people who will be alive and dealing with these issues for the longest time. And also who are, you know, innovating the new solutions, especially, you know, in the UK on our own, we have such an amazing depth of talent in our PhD students and young researchers. And we've been working closely with the youth major group as well to help to facilitate this. So there is a group that represents youth and children at the process officially, and they've been doing a really great job, and we've been working with them also to try to, again, highlight, like you say, the voices of young researchers who, you know, are doing the science, but also who are thinking on the forward edge of what's coming, and who will be there to really do the job and deal with the problem in the long term, like you say.
Thank you so much, Steph. I think we move to the second topic. Okay, maybe I can ask the audience if you have any questions or concern to raise in front of the panel. Then we go to the next topic, which are basically everybody can get involved with that one. So have anybody got any questions to raise at this point? No? Yeah. Okay. So
I was just wondering, is the government willing to provide any funding? So I know RSC have mentioned that this now needs to be not just research, but policy. So is there going to be any money? Because obviously for research to be conducted, you know, it needs funding. You know, scientists need, yeah. So is that going to be made available? Is there going to be some sort of budget for that? Because, yeah.
I think Dr. Tiwara can comment on that as a
Yeah. So depending on the policy making, that's why we are including youth and PhD students so that, you know, they can understand what kind of policies are being made, and accordingly the grants and the fundings will be given. So for example, World Bank on the water, they have actually launched a water innovation challenge where they are going to facilitate fundings as well as grants. Also, when your product or the idea is being ready or incubated, then they're going to accelerate. And then they're going to make you connect with the industries and the investors where they can invest on terms of equity. So now it's like connecting science with business. That's what we are trying to do in the terms of policy making with the World Bank Water Challenge, where youth is involved in policy making as well as they're involved in, you know, they're getting inspired to make an idea into, you know, an impact factor of business. So that's how the whole circle works out. So if you're having an idea, you can actually go in and get incubated or, you know, apply to all these competitions. So World Bank, UNDP itself, they have their own Airtable where there are more than 300 opportunities every time, you know, coming up. And because digitalization is something, you know, the youth is onto, and AI, we have so many platforms where there are so many competitions running and the specific for the grants and everything. And the scientist, while doing PhD, can actually have access to all these things. While doing PhD, you can actually start a company and, you know, apply to all these competitions, which I think every youth should do, which I did. While doing PhD, I was having this small, company, which is your PhD is again research. Your company is going to be in lag phase for at least 3 to 4 years. So in that lag phase, you can apply to a number of competitions, number of, you know, grants, number of, the pilot studies and everything. And then, you know, that company can, you know, have a product market fit, and then it can go, you know, accelerate. So that period, a PhD can actually use to, you know, apply to the international, and now everything is online. So you can just have to just sit at one place in 1 hour, and you can just apply to a number of competitions.
Perhaps Steve, you join later. Maybe Deepa, can you introduce to Steve about your role, because we are working together. So if you can contribute to that anyway, right? So Steve, Deepa, can you tell about yourself?
Yeah. So hi, my name is Dr. Divya Rathod. I'm the founder of Silver Nanos Innovations LLP. I'm also a UN Women signatory. So we make policy in UN Women. Also, I'm a World Bank with the part of Youth Advisory Group.
We are also at the solution for solution S4YE, that is solution for employment policies, that we make policies for the employment of the youth. So these are the two factors I'm working with the World Bank. And I have my own company on the nanotechnology. So we are trying to revolutionize in SDG 6, that is water and sanitation. So we are making policies for water and sanitation in World Bank. That's what my role is in this policy making. Yeah.
Thank you, Diva. Now we go to the next topic, which is an important topic where many people can contribute. And I will in fact invite Professor Anna Stack. I mean, Anna has been working for last 6 years, and now they have a big project on firefighting stuff, how they are affected by PFAS, you know. So the next question is, the next topic for discussion is current challenges on PFAS, analytical methods for measuring, remediation, destruction, alternative and substitution to PFAS, and their effect on human health. So Anna, please.
Yeah, thank you, Tapas. I think it's very, very broad topic. Where I would start is that it's really difficult to quantify PFAS. It needs to be really sophisticated and quite expensive equipment. And B, the PFAS are actually cross-contaminating everything and they react with everything. So while they called forever chemicals, for example, we know that if we collect blood and we're trying to identify PFAS, we have to have a special tubes, a special sample prep and special sample storage to make sure that we can quantify. And keep in mind that the limits will be very, very low. But where I would take it with the challenges is that not going too far away, just to show you how difficult it is, because at the end of the day, we want to know where that contamination comes from. So just imagine, and not to depress you too much, Northwest actually is the most heavily contaminated on PFAS in drinking water, follow Royal Society chemistry. And it is also linked with some of the manufacturers who are producing products containing PFAS. And the trouble is that when you're looking at the products and the manufacturers, they're not necessarily filtering or removing byproducts. So they're going to sewage or they're going to drinking, contaminating environment. So you've got environmental contamination around the area. Then you've got obviously staff who's working in the manufacturing those products that would be exposed to those contaminants. And then you've got the product that it's released on the market. There is no regulation on how much to add chemical to any product. So therefore, whatever you want to put, you can do it because it is not regulated. And one example that I'm working on is firefighting foams. Firefighting foams contained C8 PFAS, which are usually banned. They were replaced to C6, they're a ban, and now they replaced with C3. What we really have with those forever chemicals is SAT substitution, meaning it's taking you 10 years to do epidemiological study to identify that that specific chemical is toxic and dangerous to our human health. And manufacturers already will know ahead of it, and then we'll replace it with something else that there is no epidemiological evidence. So rather than having substitution of group of chemicals, which I think is really good to point it and bring it forward, we've got SAT substitution by one single chemical that takes ages. And it's not only on PFAS, it's also flame retardants, which also are kind of very high on top agenda across the globe, discussed bisphenol A and so on, polycarbonates and so on. So where the challenges are, well, we tested firefighters for PFAS. And to give you an example, we tested also local general public from Northwest. And we found it that while firefighters are exposed to firefighting foams containing PFAS, we've got much higher contamination in blood from general public, which you would think where they were exposed. And that links kind of what environment is. So when we're looking at the challenges, we probably need to identify demographic distribution of general public and also occurrence of any manufacturing pots, which are generating that specific chemical, causing exposure to population. Persistence, yeah, they are forever chemicals. So they will be there for ages. The problem for chemists and analytical chemists is that they can be found everywhere around the globe. So the distribution of PFAS, something that might be worth it, would be different between different countries. Keep in mind that, for example, the US is very proactive, or European countries, some of the European countries are very proactive on banning chemicals, and that's under the reach. While, for example, in UK, we don't have that proactivity. not only on the limits, but also on banning or phasing out those chemicals. So I will stick with other group of chemicals, brominated flame retardant. We're still using that in the UK, while in US, they are banned for the last 15 years. So we can still find them in the labs, but when we're testing them, for example, to Americans, they will not have it anymore because you can see the grading point because they were phased out. So interesting to look at the variation between different countries as well when we're testing those forever chemicals because it will be distribution different. What else I've got? Remediation. Well, we didn't get there yet. We're trying just to learn how to quantify those. And within the analytical chemistry and techniques, there is still on PFAS. I don't think there is press notes from any manufacturers of analytical instrumentation on the biological matrices to quantify PFAS because it's such hard. It took us 4 years to develop our method. So it's taking time for the chemists. And then instrumentation, how sensitive instrumentation you've got. Alternatives, well, you will always have alternatives. So we had forever chemicals, flame retardants. We're learning now on PFAS. There is always alternative, but my question being in this POPs market for the last 20 years, my question is what we're replacing with what? Because it might not be always healthier. And if you look at the really nice example, lithium-ion batteries, well, that was in control and it's catching a lot of fires, pretty bad ones. And they are substituting now kind of diesel engines and so on. So kind of a bit of ahead of thinking if you're replacing. It's good to work with the manufacturers to identify what they're going to replace with because it might be not the best solution. So just kind of briefly talking about that, but anything specific more.
Thank you so much, Anna. I think, Steph, you decided to come forward with those topics as well. Do you have any comments to add? Steph, can you hear me? Oh, I think
Sorry, there we go. Got it. Yes, sorry, there's I think a bit of a lag. Yes, no, I think that first of all, the speaker just before made a really number of really good points. I think one thing that was interesting that she mentioned is the idea of sad substitution, or we call regrettable substitution, where you're taking one chemical that you've decided is bad, phasing it out and replacing it with something else without really identifying if that's going to cause a similar problem or not. And sometimes I like to say it's like we're playing whack-a-mole with chemicals, because as soon as you get rid of one, 3 more pop up. And so that's one area that we think definitely regulators could do a better job and need to be looking at grouping substances according to their physical and chemical properties and hazard properties in order to try to have smarter regulation that addresses chemicals that have similar properties as a group, because as she just said, often you have one chemical you phase out in order to have the similar properties, in order to have a similar effect in the product, right? To have the product work, for example, be a flame retardant, you're going to need a chemical that has similar properties, which means it probably is also going to have similar consequences in terms of its persistence or potentially its hazard to human health and the environment. And so looking at chemicals as a group and trying to make decisions as a class could help to prevent that sort of regrettable substitution and streamline our regulations a bit more.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Steph. Vicky.
I'm sorry, can I add to that?
Yeah, Vicky, please come forward. Yeah.
Yeah, so the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, is an international organization that spans many countries around the world, and they provide guidance and test guidelines for hazard assessment for many substances and for many targets in humans and in the environment. And they are in the process of updating their guidance on grouping. So this is what Stephanie was just talking about. So grouping allows you to bring together similar substances that are similar in their physical and chemical characteristics, but also their potential hotspots in the environment and therefore their exposure routes for people or the environments in which they're most likely to be exposed to animals, but also their mode of action, so the way in which they're toxic. So if you can gather that information together, then you can group those substances and you don't need to do animal testing for every single substance within that group. You can gather other data to demonstrate their similarity and then regulate them as a group based on that information. So the problem with grouping and read across is there is some backlash against this because it's quite difficult to do. It's quite difficult to come up with that evidence to justify that grouping, to demonstrate that similarity between those substances. The regulation on grouping and read across has something like over 25 times it mentions the term similarity, but it doesn't actually, and that's the EU regulation and REACH, but it doesn't actually stipulate how you should measure similarity. So at the moment, the European Chemicals Agency has funded a project on assessing similarity and sameness in order to try and better define that, to give better guidance on that. At the moment, that is limited to nanomaterials, which we can talk about later on. But the idea is that that would then potentially spill over into other substances as well. Going back to PFAS, I think this is really important because if you could do grouping for PFAS, you could potentially prevent these substitutions with these toxic substances. In fact, the substitutions are more toxic than the original substances because they're more mobile in the environment and they enter the body more easily. And you could prevent that by using these grouping approaches.
I think it's a very important point. If you can identify the groupings, then you have actually less work to do in order to, mitigate the risk. Yeah. So now what I wanted to say that why we are so much concerned about the PFAS. If you have read the information that, the PFAS containing carbon-fluorine bond, okay, and those carbon-fluorine bonds are, very stable. It cannot actually be decomposed in a normal environmental condition. But what we have found, and research has found, that those chemicals, when they go to the body through the drinking water or food samples, for examples, like there was a big news recently that UK food sector has got PFAS contamination, right? So when you consume them, it has been well reported. In fact, Anna, I think you published a paper or maybe a discussion group that it can cause cancer. Okay, so it is well known actually that they are the recipe for various diseases, right? So I think I will ask Sakti, just a minute. I will ask Sakti to comment if you get somebody that's a patient has been contaminated with some sort of polluted water. What do they do in terms of your experience in the hospital? Because you are the public health director of the Lancashire Science Festival. But before Sakti, Anna, you can actually go ahead and talk about that one, yeah?
Well, why PFAS are important? I think because they are trendy at the moment and someone jumped and everyone was fed up with flame retardants for the last years and catching and playing cat and mouse. I think within the PFAS, I would say, yes, we've got such substitution. We developing analytical techniques. What is really interesting, and that was brought up by my American colleagues, was that we actually went to one of the UK supermarkets and identified PFAS, which is really dominating in the US. And that was through the recycling. So when you kind of getting the product and you're trying to recycle, you don't have really chemical composition and knowing what chemicals were put it because you don't have regulation on it. So then they are put it into recycling materials and products, and then you can find them in food chain and food packaging and so on. So I think it's really, really important to also mention that waste and remediation, something to bring control, what is put into the recycling products is also important. In terms of, yes, my articles, well, PFAS, some of the PFAS and some of the groups of chemicals in PFAS are associated with the higher rates of cancer. So there is no debate, and I don't have to write paper on it because it's well done by the World Health Organization report that will be coming out soon on PFAS. But yeah, you've got quite a lot of health outcomes. What I would say is that we also need to look at the exposure pathways because most of us would think it's digestion, but you've got also dermal exposure and inhalation. And for example, in my sector, inhalation and dermal is the major one.
Yeah, it's really challenging. And when we listen to the science and actually dealing with a concern about contamination, because some of these things, and Anna mentioned it, the research is really coming forward with associations and to really prove the causation. These conditions, or cancer, or immunological disorders, or even, high cholesterol or blood pressure. There's a number of factors that can actually lead to that end effect. We've already listened to the challenges of even measuring it, let alone really associating the source with the exposure to actually the end effect. And we don't have much data in this country. There is some recent data around some European countries about particularly young people and the association with increased proportion of young people that are exposed beyond human guideline value. So in practice, it's not even in the radar as a flag to even look for it, let alone just to go further and investigate it. And for all the reasons, it's very, very difficult to pinpoint this at an individual. However, what's important, I think, is there's an opportunity now to really look at it at a population level. So we've got data now. Some regions in the UK have got more of this. And there is increasing concentration of some of these manufacturing plants. And quite a lot of this is historical as well. And the regulation is always lagging behind innovation, if you see what I mean. And there's always this policy. I think this, whilst it's an exciting new subject, it's equally frustrating for practitioners like myself in the sector.
One second. You can just.
So in practice, we do hear it through newspapers and there's local public concerns, but when you actually start to investigate small area statistics, well, to start with, it's very difficult to prove the causation. Even when you're looking for association, I'd be really interested in what other panel members think, that at a small area level, what could be the methods that can differentiate exposure to PFAS or associated chemicals with certain health effects. And it's quite a live issue, actually. And as has been said, the interaction as well, how it interacts within our body and how do we actually differentiate all the products that come out of interaction. It's of interest to me. I've been working in public health for, 22 years now. Only recently, even the macrochemicals pollution, air pollution as an example, has been quite categorically associated and proven as a cause of death. We saw that a few years ago in a case in London with the coroner reporting association between air pollution and a child's death. I think this is coming, but it's going to be really hard methodologically to prove the causation, let alone at an individual level identify it, unless there is an occupational exposure. I'd be really interested in seeing what Wiki thinks, or Steph, for instance. How do we actually, even with the HSC, and if you read the REACH guidance in the UK and the interpretation of it, as has been said before, quite a lot is technical guidance. And the ability to intervene, even if you find higher levels of chemicals, is fraught with difficulty with the regulators. So when it comes to human health effects, the other aspect of this is, how do you actually make sense and communicate this with the public? We don't want to unnecessarily create anxiety and stress and panic either. And this has got wider implications. Say a housing estate has been built on a previous industrial estate. Say there is a concern. This is just an example. How do you go about it in terms of remediation, contamination? There's a huge implications in terms of managing at a population level. So we need to tread carefully. The more we act at the source, the easier it becomes for us, rather than leaving it to find things in the hospitals or when people present, because it's incredibly difficult to dissociate the causes and the effects.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sakti. I think you made a point which make me to think about, when you said about the housing estate, you probably know that the current regulation to build a housing in a campus, you need to think about that the area has got any radiation. So that is a part of the regulation. So I'm wondering, Vicky or Steve, do you think anything about that building regulation if you feel that this area is prone to have a PFAS so that the builders can build, estate on that area because of the PFAS? The same way we are talking about the radiation regulation.
Just to come in.
So I think we're jumping ahead several steps because in order to make a regulation about building, you need to have the evidence first of cause and effect. So can I just respond to the previous person who works in health policy? So the way that you make a decision is you gather together multiple different types of evidence. So for example, COMEP, which is the Committee on the Medical Effects of Air Pollution, which is run from Department of Health, when they're looking at the medical effects of air pollution, will take epidemiological study data, and then they will do a meta-analysis of that epidemiological study data. So that means they take studies from all over the world that look at air pollution and bring them together into a meta-analysis to see if there is a consistent message from those different studies statistically. They will then turn to the toxicologist in the room, and that used to be me before I had my child, and they will say, is there any toxicological mechanistic evidence to explain that association between increased air pollution and deaths due to cardiovascular disease or deaths due to respiratory disease or increased incidence of cancer or increased incidence of asthma? Is there any mechanistic toxicology work that would back that up? And that mechanistic toxicology work would come from multiple sources. It would come from animal studies, and it would come from in vitro studies. And again, you would need to do some kind of quality assessment of those studies, look for patterns in that data, do a critical review of that in order to identify whether there is any evidence for or against that. So that's how you come up with that. You don't just take measurements in the environment and then look at a local population, because usually that kind of study is not going to be powerful enough to give you the epidemiological evidence or the statistical evidence that you need to back up that kind of conclusion. You have to go for a much bigger, broader approach from multiple sources. Then once you've got that for PFAS or whatever your chemical is, then you can make your regulation for a local building environment. So, I think the direction of movement for PFAS is towards that, but whether we're there yet or not, I'm not qualified to say that.
So much, Vicky. I think it is a good point which you have mentioned that we are not in a stage where we can put a regulation on the building. So, Sakti, you wanted to make
Yeah, no, thank you for really expanding on that. Where would you put we are on that sort of stages of development, Vicky? I don't think we are even near where we were with, say, particulate matter with regards to COMEP at this stage with PFAS, for instance.
No, I think you're right.
Well, yeah, go on, sorry.
So the problem with air pollution, though, is you've got a huge mixture of exposure there that you're trying to relate some epidemiological evidence to. And it varies greatly from day to day, from place to place. You have an advantage with PFAS is that we know exactly what chemicals we're talking about. We know exactly what they're used in, and we know who's exposed to them. We know how they're exposed. And so you can do really nice controlled studies for a range of individual PFAS and compare them to each other. And you can look for synergisms, interactions, additive effects, antagonistic effects. So I think, there are some advantages with PFAS, and we know more now than we did 20 years ago when we started to look at air pollution. So we should be able to get an answer more quickly for them.
Yeah, so just to conclude that part of the discussion, what we have is very much a lack of data in a local context. And in the absence of that, the concerns on PFAS is actually rising, amongst the scientific community and even the public discourse. And that puts us at a local level, certainly at a national level as well, but more so at a local level in dealing with concerns. Say there is a newspaper article tomorrow and it lands on my desk. The way that I need to communicate with the public really needs to take all of this into account about uncertainty, but growing evidence, lack of enough evidence, and also difficulty in moving from association to causation, as well as taking into account the way that we need to communicate that risk that could unduly harm the health of the public, especially the stress and the mental health aspects of it. So I just feel like we are in a really strange situation where there's a rising awareness that clearly there is industry really innovating and all of that. So the way to plug that might be, more pace in terms of research, as well as the regulation and legislations keeping up with the evolving nature of this industry, particularly PFAS.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakti. Step, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think just from a slightly more practical sort of policy perspective, it's interesting to think again about how you deal with this when you think about the housing estate built on the contaminated land site. And in the UK, for example, there is a contaminated land regulation, and the government has the ability, local authorities actually have the ability to designate a site as contaminated land, but it works quite differently from a place like in the US, where there is a lot more recognition of contaminated sites and a lot more money that goes with that recognition in order to clean up said sites. In the UK, it's often used a little bit more tactically as a way to incentivize developers to sort of clean up spaces that they might want to develop, rather than just branding a place contaminated and then leaving it as a brown field for the indefinite future. And so it's an interesting thought there that basically, and I actually know of some sites in the UK that are going through this at the moment, where there is a developer who perhaps wants to build a housing estate, and they're on a place that has been identified as contaminated with PFAS from some legacy use. And so there's no entity there responsible. So the company or the factory that did the contamination is gone now, and so they can't be held responsible for that site because they don't exist anymore. And so the developer now has purchased that site, and part of the terms of purchasing that site and being approved in terms of the planning permission from the council being approved for that development is that they have to do certain remediation steps within that development project. And so that's an interesting way to try to reassign responsibility in these cases where the original polluter doesn't exist anymore and you can't have them pay or do the cleanup. So that's how that works in the UK. Is it the most effective or efficient system? Unclear, but there is a mechanism there at least where local councils can try to attach these sort of cleanup requirements to planning permission applications as a way to make sure that sites are being remediated before, for example, a housing estate gets built on them. So it's a bit piecemeal, and it probably could be a better system.
I think we covered that specific area. I think Sakti has raised that. Do you want to speak, Sakti, anything? Yeah.
Just very briefly, just following that thought, because this is direct implications in terms of local population, building homes, that housing is a big policy issue for us as well. I wonder without the legal limits or, just having technical guidance, even with this Part 2 contaminated land regs staff, I don't think we have enough leverage at all, even at a local level. It's scientifically interesting, but actually application-wise, we can only do very little from a contaminated land perspective, especially from a building regulation or housing development perspective. Would you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. And I also think that you've made a good point there, that the technical guidance and the lack of statutory legal limits, we talked about that in drinking water, for example, in water courses. But actually, soil is an area where there's even less guidance and statutory limits for not only PFAS, but a whole range of contaminants. So soil policy in the UK is extremely underdeveloped. And it's both actually from a policy perspective and from a science perspective is an area that it's the medium compared to air and water. Soil has been the least researched, has the least understanding. And then that in the policy arena, it's the same. There is the least amount of guidance and rules for how to deal with contaminants in the ground. So yeah, I absolutely agree that it's a very underdeveloped area, and a new government, it would be great if the next government would take some steps to address that.
Thank you, Steph. I think what I can do now, I think Feedwater Limited is one of the companies in the Northwest region, and we have got an expert as well as representative in the policy, which is Dr. Iola McCoy. Do you want to comment anything being in the Northwest region and this specific topic before we move to the next topic? And we will ask audience as well as the online audience to come forward and see if they have got any questions or concerns. Okay. Iola, go ahead.
About my topic or?
No, what I'm saying that have you ever heard about this issue of PFAS related to your company's location, which is the Northwest region?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of it, but it's not my specialty, to be honest.
So that's what I want.
Yeah.
So you are not aware about that. So before we move to the next topic, I will leave the audience to come forward and ask some questions. And Fadil, if you go over there and ask the online audience if they have got questions, yeah? Yeah, thank you. So, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for your information. I always believe prevention is better than treatment. So I was thinking if there any regulation for plastic factories to do a waste treatment before dispose their waste, like adding an adsorbent to their water treatment before they send them to the waste. So this adsorbent can work as a magnet for the PFAS. So rather than wasting PFAS from factories into the main waste and polluting environment and water, is there any regulation for plastic factories so they can treat their water, clean up their water before they waste them? Thank you.
Okay, maybe you want to comment on that as a chemical treatment company?
At the moment, every industrial company in the UK will have to comply to a discharge consent. But that does not mean the absence or a presence of a certain element. It means managing it or paying more for it to be disposed to the sewer. And this is where the problem is. So the more pollutant you put into the sewer, the more you pay. And for example, in the Northwest, you discharge to the United Utilities and hoping that they're going to treat that water before it's discharged into the surface drain. But we've been finding that this is not happening. So a lot of industrial waste and municipal waste have been entering the rivers without being treated. And this is a big, big issue.
Is anybody want to comment? Yeah, Mr. Brahman, yeah.
In fact, I'll talk about India. In India, we have a regulation which generally talks of zero liquid discharge. You have a ZLD units, the hazardous units. Normally, we have a ZLD where you have to install your own central processing unit. So the water which goes through the process of industrial process and which has all the chemicals has to be treated within the unit, and then it has to be reused. So you can't really discharge. Rarely it has happened in many units where there have been discharges happening. But as she says, you have to pay or you have to maybe compensate the environment differently by planting trees or maybe doing some other public activities. But that really does not compensate the area where you have polluted actually. So you are compensating somebody else and you are causing pollution somewhere else. So I just wanted to mention that we have a zero liquid discharge policy. And then obviously if any industry has to release any pollutant, they have to take permission specifically from the government. And then conditions are imposed how you release it in the
Thank you, Mr. Bharma. I think I will give to.
So there is a system called carbon credit, which has been introduced now. It's like the new topic, which has been like in the air. And people are right now, putting up carbon credits. So whatever they're discharging, they do, get neglected. They have to buy carbon credits from the people who are, saving. So that's how the carbon, it's basically like a stock system, but of carbon. And that's how they're interchanging the carbon credits. So if a person has to discharge their, the chemicals, then they have to buy some carbon credits from companies who are saving from the carbon. That's what the new system which has come up. And people are working on it. And UN has actually given a good, enlightenment to to this particular system. So probably in the future, we can have this carbon credit system where, amongst different countries, where whoever is discharging and then number of carbons, then we can actually save on carbon. That's what the system we can make people aware about.
Any other questions from the audience? Concerns? Can you ask the online audience, please? Yeah.
So if the online audience, they have any question, they can also raise the question or
Just switch
open
on
their
the microphone.
mic, switch on their mics and ask the panelist.
You see anything? No. If you don't have anything, I'm concerned about the time also. We have got only 20 minutes to finish, okay? So we know that there are panel members there will have to leave by 3:30. And also we have got online, delegates who will also have to leave. So we have another 2 topics to go forward. And the reason I got the third topic, because we have delegates from India, we have got delegates from China in connection with British Council projects. Now, we are discussing about sitting in UK, about the regulations and what can be done, but we have colleagues who can also contribute their experience in their countries. So the next topic is current regulations of chemical and microbial pollutions in developing countries such as China and India compared to developed countries. So we can actually exchange some information between those 2 countries. So Professor Mao, do you want to comment on that? As the current regulations, you sit in the policy in your Tianjin region.
Okay, thank you. I think China is a big developing country, and there are many industry in China. So I think most of the chemicals are produced in the factories. I think China have a advantage as it has a big government. The government is powerful, and they can execute what is right and keep the policy stable. For example, there are several laws about such as cleaner production law, circular economy law in China already, and also the cleaner production audit for factories have been carrying on in China for over 20 years. When I become a teaching in Tianjin University, I also attended some cleaner production audit in Tianjin to several enterprises and to check the materials, energy, and waste treatment, and to find every chance to reduce the energy and pollutant and promote the profit in the production. It has been carrying on in China for over 20 years. So I think there are many forever chemicals. It's keep changing, right? And we cannot find everything at the same time. But we can keep a policy stable for a long time. It will benefit for everyone at last. I think this is one of my experience in China.
Can I ask one question? We are talking about the PFAS regulations in UK and US and European countries. And Steph has already mentioned that in US, for example, an extensive research has come forward, and they have restricted as a 4 ppb or 4 nanogram per liter, as we discussed, Steph, yeah, in US, whereas in UK, we talk about 50 ppb level of PFAS in drinking water system. So do you have any limit regulation in terms of their limit in China?
You mean in drinking water?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In drinking water, I think there are a regulation about drinking water quality in China, and now most of the Chinese people drinking water from the water factory. So I think relatively it's safe in China for drinking water for most cities and big towns. And for the chemicals, I think now the limit for chemicals in drinking water is not enough because there are many new foreign chemicals. I think it's not limited in Chinese regular yet, but I think it's keeping developing. I think it will be more scientific to meeting the need for the new chemicals.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bharma, do you want to comment from Indian perspective?
Yeah, before commenting specifically on this, I would like to endorse what Shakti was saying, no? That there's a lot of gap between innovation and policy making and then regulation. In fact, normally the government would feel that what I do not understand, I should not let it happen, instead of trying to change with the times and innovate itself. There are a couple of reasons why we do so, in fact, because especially in the developing countries, you have such diverse levels of development. And as I say, in India, there may be 2 or 3 boats we straddle on simultaneously, while there's one section which has the best lifestyles in the world. There's another section which is worried about the next meal, maybe next about their own shelter. So policy making becomes very difficult at times when such innovations come in. And as he rightly said, Shakti, that there are many concerns you have to address while you're looking at policy, while it might benefit some. And we can't really say that the best lifestyle people who are looking for better quality of life, better health, that, okay, you had enough, so you wait for some more time, let me address my policy to the others. You can't tell them that, okay, wait for some more years and I address these fellows and then I come back to you. So policy, you have to keep that in mind while you do a research and see the cost, who bears the cost, whether it is the government, whether it is the local community, whether it is the individual family which bears the cost. How do you really transfer the technology? Because innovation is one thing, transfer of technology is another big thing, extension, convincing. And what basically happens in a developed country is that you try and primarily build a consensus before you make a policy. But in a developing country, generally it has been happening that we make a policy and then we try and implement it. So there's a big lag between the policy and the implementation per se, what is happening. So it is not that we do not have regulations or policy in the country in India. We do have them. We have way back, if you go to 1974 itself, we had the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, 1974. We had the Central Pollution Control Board set up in 1974, which led to a formal structure for regulation, standardization of the water quality. But as I said, with such diverse levels, it was very difficult to implement. Now, talking specifically on regulation and things, no? We discussed just now on the industrial discharge. So as I told you that we already have a, before an industrial hazardous unit is set up, you have to go through a process of environment clearance, which obviously has very strict stipulations. Then you have to go in for a consent to establish. Before you start establishing your unit, you have to get through those clearances. Once you establish your unit, then you have to get a consent to operate that unit. So all those regulations are there in place, and they are quite stringent, I must tell you. And before you choose your land and try to put the unit, you have to do an environment impact assessment study, which is a very detailed study. It involves about 6, 7 to 8 months of detailed study. Then after that, you have to have a public hearing where the community at large sits, you present your project, and then you have to get the clearance from the public that, yes, you can put up such a unit here, and how will you compensate them there? What is the local benefits which will accrue to them? Will that really offset the pollution or whatever you're going to contribute to that system? So that all is happening, and we are moving. In fact, as relates to water per se, in fact, the Pollution Control Board In fact, I just listed out this morning that we do have a compendium of water quality statistics, which is published and circulated to various scientific institutes, and process data is put on the website. So, and that has been happening historically. It's not nothing very new. In fact, it used to happen. I remember about 24, 25 years earlier as well. I do have seen water quality statistics compendium available in the country. Then basin and sub-basin inventory of water pollution is prepared and published for all major river basins in the country. That has also been done historically. Then water quality atlas is prepared to assess the fitness of river water for the desired uses, whether it is fit for human consumption, whether it is fit for fishery, whether it is fit for industrial purpose. So all these things are there in place and these things are happening. But still there are a lot of gaps. There are inadequate resources. Financial constraints are there. We don't have that kind of resources to address such a large population. About 20% of the world population resides in India. So try to address those populations at diverse levels of development, as I said. Then the manpower, the lack of training for data management and statistical tools, the variation in the methods of analysis. So the data may be questionable at times, the quality control of chemicals, then the traveling, in fact, to collect the water samples, the data which we are publishing, you have to travel long distances. Then, and monitoring and preservation of samples also in such a warm weather is quite difficult, whether the samples are uniform across or not. So validation of data also is a very important gap, which we still feel is available there in the country now. Then the summers, you have no flow. The same river, maybe you might have no flow in the river in summers, or it may totally dry up. Certainly after that, maybe the contamination levels may be very different once it rejuvenates and comes back. So I would leave it at that. In fact,
I mean, it's very useful because you have raised the concerns as well as challenges in Indian system, right? And also is a huge population in both India and China, and dealing with any specific regulation generalized to different states in India, for example, it's very challenging and difficult, right? So Deepa, do you want to comment anything, being an Indian, as especially the Mumbai region, isn't it? I mean, just 1 minute. You probably know that Mumbai is one of the cities in India. Every year, many people die because of the flooding. Yeah, during the monsoon period, Mumbai is highly affected, and consequently, the water system in Mumbai is heavily polluted with microbial pollutions. So
Right.
you can comment on that, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. But coming to the positive side, I'll just talk about now the positive side. So I'm working with the Central Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which takes care of the water resources. And directly, there are 76 companies where one of our companies there. And there are more than 70 companies who are just working on the water side. And they're looking for, the innovations which are there. I've seen them implicated. So there are more than 4,000 municipal corporations. So there are more than 4,000 cities in India. Every city has one municipal corporation. Depending on the municipal corporation, the water quality and everything changes. So, but there is a policy about, but then depending on the area, because every area has different kinds of microbial contamination as well as different kinds of heavy metals, but the treatment and everything changes depending on the municipal corporation. Now, there are innovations like nanotechnology. There is innovation like IoT. There are nanoparticles where, we can settle down all the surface area. We can settle down all the dirt particles inside and clean up the lakes. So there are projects which are coming up, and they are being given paid pilots to all the 500 cities for now. So that's a new innovation which Indian government has been doing. So that's a plus point. And coming to the food, there is a FSSI. So now they are making regulations that every hotel and every even a small hotel, which is like 1 star to 5 star, they have to do their microbiological analysis, like the food analysis, once in 6 months.
Oh,
so that is something which has been newly made, and I was a part of it in terms of deciding things. So this is what the glory side is, that we are making policies, we are trying to make innovations, and we are trying to implement, and government is also trying to put money in terms of innovations and on the ground itself. At the same time, everything, in the policy making, it's very good to make policy, but on the ground, there are a lot of challenges and a lot of things which comes when you work on the ground, because I've seen both the sides. I've worked also with the grounds, or the ground workers, the sanitation worker, and I've worked with the policy makers. There's a huge gap between them. So that gap has to be, the empathizing of policymakers to sanitation workers has to be, coming up. So I think when now we are making policy making, let's go and, work on the ground and talk to the ground people, then, empathize with them, and then, make the policies. That's what I feel that, I have experienced in this particular field. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I will ask the audience, especially if you get somebody from online, because there are many people are joining from China and India.
yeah.
Ask them if they have any questions or concern.
Yeah,
the
so
panel.
we have a lot of online audience is Chinese, and they if they have any question, they can open their mics and engage in the conversation.
If we don't have, we move to the last topic of discussion, which is the nanoparticle toxicity in our environment, because nanoparticles are very powerful for applications, but we also have to look how they can affect the environment. And that is the reason we have Vicky Stone, Professor Vicky Stone from Harriet, and she can actually lead that specific topic. Have you got any questions from the audience? Gary, Paul, no?
Dr. Lindsay is online if she
Okay,
wants
no,
to
that's
come
fine.
in.
So if we don't have any questions, go to the next topic, which is the nanoparticle. I'm actually concerned about the time. We have only 7-8 minutes remaining. Nanoparticles toxicity in environment. Vicky, do you want to come forward and then lead this topic? Then we can jump on that.
Yeah, so this is not a new topic. It's something that's been researched for a couple of decades now in one form or another. And so to kind of give you a highlight message from it, not all nanomaterials are toxic. It's the physical and chemical forms that determine their biological reactivity and also the route of exposure in the body. One thing which we've been working on in the last sort of 5 or 6 years is grouping of nanomaterials. So we mentioned grouping earlier on. So there's quite a well-developed framework available now from an EU project called Gracious that allows you to group together similar nanoforms. So for example, if you think about titanium dioxide nanomaterials, they can exist in lots of different sizes, shapes, with different crystal structures, with different coatings on them. So you can't assume that they all have the same toxicity, but you don't want to do animal studies with all of them. So now you can use these grouping approaches to say these particular titanium dioxide nanomaterials are so similar to each other that we can take the animal data from this titanium dioxide and read it across and fill in the animal hazard data gaps for the other members of that group. So that's available now. It's published. The European Chemicals Agency have been using that framework. US regulators have used it successfully as well. So that's available and is, as I said, going into the guidance being generated by the OECD. Many of the people who have been working on the hazards of nanomaterials are now starting to work on more complex materials. Most of the work that's been done so far has been on relatively simple monoconstituent nanomaterials. So we're now looking at multi-component nanomaterials and substances that people are calling advanced materials, which are mixtures of substances in different forms that have enhanced properties. And so we're trying to work out ways of predicting the toxicity of these, so that as innovators develop those, they can incorporate safety considerations at early innovation stages rather than waiting until they have a final product that they want to market. So the European Commission has developed a framework for addressing safety at early innovation stages. And this framework is actually called a Safe and Sustainable by Design framework. So it incorporates not just safety, but sustainability considerations at all innovation stages. So that doesn't mean you need to do a huge array of toxicity studies when you're first starting to develop a new material. It basically encourages you to look at the information that's already available and build on that. So for example, at lunchtime today, I was sat with a PhD student who's making new quantum dots made from arsenic. I mean, as a toxicologist, my head's like, why are you doing that? And it's to encourage people to build in those considerations at an early innovation stage so that we don't end up with the PFAS of the future or something else that's going to be a problem once it's released into the environment.
Thank you, Vicky. One of the things Viva has presented this morning regarding one of our commercial products, which is selling in Indian market, made up of silver nanoparticles, right, for antimicrobial surface spray. Now, we are doing a project with our environmental eco people that we are looking for the silver nanoparticle when we expose to the environment, how that can affect to the ecosystem, for example, earthworm, the earthworm. So we are looking actually the earthworm, how that has been affected by exposing or dosing silver nanoparticles, their growth or their day-to-day, So have you ever heard about those type of study?
Yeah. So there are a huge number of studies that have investigated the toxicology of silver nanomaterials. It's a very popular nanomaterial for people to investigate. And that's because they're widely used as antimicrobial. So silver is a very effective antimicrobial substance, and even more so at the nanoscale. But the problem is it dissolves quite easily and releases silver ions into the environment, and it's also quite mobile. So not only is it toxic to microbes, it's also toxic to quite a wide variety of organisms in the aquatic environment. Whether it causes toxicity in humans or not is debatable. When you look at animal studies, there's certainly toxicity in animal studies, and with in vitro studies using human cells, silver nanomaterials will be some of the most toxic nanomaterials that we look at in those models. But it looks like in humans that we are quite good at compartmentalizing silver into our skin. So there are some people who've taken large doses of colloidal silver over extended periods of time as a purported health remedy. And what happens is the silver associates with the sulfhydryl groups that are prevalent in skin and collates to those or binds to those and accumulates there. So that actually the skin becomes photoreactive and those people become blue or purple. So there's a guy on the internet who looks a bit like Papa Smurf because he's got bright blue skin and a white beard and white hair. You can Google him and find him quite easily. So while there is lots of evidence for toxicity to things like earthworms, Daphnia, which is a water flea found in the environment, other environmental species, toxicity to humans is probably less well understood.
Thank you. Sakti, you wanted to make a comment, right? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I know we've talked quite a bit about toxicity, and I just wanted to sort of prompt or ask Vicky about where is nanochemistry going when it comes to benefiting humanity?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Indeed, where are the new frontiers when it comes to nanomedicine or nanohealth? If you could touch on that briefly, that would be really good.
Oh, I mean, that's what I said briefly at the beginning that not all nanomaterials are toxic, and that is certainly true. And there are many great benefits of nanomaterials. So COVID vaccines were delivered in a vesicle or a lipid droplet that was nanoscale. So that provided a really great vehicle for delivery of that into the body. Lots of other drugs are delivered in nanoscale devices into the body. So when I say a device, I don't mean like a mechanical device. I mean like a phospholipid vesicle or something similar into the body. So that's a great way of avoiding side effects with chemotherapy, for example. So the trouble with chemotherapy is it's so toxic, it just kills everything in your body. But if you can better target it to the site where you want it to kill a tumor, then great. And nanomaterials are perfect for that because they tend to accumulate because of their size in tumors. Tumors have a very complicated vasculature with lots of holes in, and the size of the holes in those blood vessels is perfect for capturing nanomaterials. You can also use nanomaterials for imaging, medical imaging. So gold, for example, is inert as a metal, but when you make it at nanoscale, it becomes pink, red, or blue, and you can put it into the body and you can image it in the body, but at the same time use near infrared light to heat it up, make it vibrate and heat up so that it kills the cells around it. So if you can target it again to a tumor and image where that tumor is, you can kill it with that. So there's loads of really great applications for nanomaterials in medical applications, but also elsewhere as well.
I mean, I can add one more example that to finish, right? So when I was working for AP6 program, we had a partner from Royal Philips, Eindhoven, right? So they're the world leader of supplying the medical MRI, instrument. So when we were developing the magnetic nanoparticles, at that time, only gadolinium was using for magnetic contrasting agent. So some of our materials, which we developed as a super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticle, has been tested for MRI contrasting agent. So the gadolinium, because of the half-life, so we were trying to build something as a contrasting agent using nanoparticles. So
yeah, so those metal oxide paramagnetic nanoparticles are quite interesting though, Tapas. They do have some potential safety concerns. So I know that some companies that have tried to launch those haven't necessarily survived for very long. You do see some accumulation of those particles in specific organs because they are quite biopersistent and difficult to remove from the body potentially. But medicine is always a risk-benefit analysis. If somebody's going to die in a couple of months because you don't treat them, then that's a problem. But if you can give them a treatment that might have a risk associated with them, but gives them another year to live. So, you have these risk-benefit analysis. So just because a nanomaterial is toxic or a drug is toxic doesn't necessarily mean it can't be used if it can enhance someone's life.
Exactly. Okay, we are on time, so maybe we can take a quick questions from the audience related to nanoparticle toxicity. If you have any questions? No? If we don't have any questions or concern, oh, okay, so, yeah.
I don't have a question, but I want to just add a point that we can actually exploit the nanoparticles once inside the system to further kill the cells or the tumor or whatever we are targeting by generating reactive oxygen species within the cells with the help of nanoparticles. So it becomes a dual effect. First to reach them at the target site and then to exploit their very activity or their functional groups to get the results we desire, which we are working on.
I mean, that is what we are discussing in terms of advantage, and that is sometimes we call photodynamic therapy because they create some sort of reactive oxygen species to kill the cells. Yeah, I think we are on time. If we don't have a question, so I would like to thank one after another. So first, Stephanie, thank you so much for your time to attend in spite of you having a holiday in United States, right? So we will meet again, and then Vicky. I think I will tell you that Vicky, last time in 2016, we have a 3-day international conference where Vicky was sitting exactly the place where Diva is sitting at this moment. Okay, Vicky was fully involved with the engagement of the policy discussion. At that time, we say, not policy discussion, we said academy, industrial, future development, how we can help the academic research to go towards the industry and then applications, right? So that's to, delegates who joined online. And next thing I would like to say, Professor Mao, you can't believe 3rd of July, Wednesday, 3:45 Beijing time, he was in Beijing. And he had a talk at 10 a.m. in UK time. So he flown from Beijing on 3rd of July, Wednesday, flight at 3:45, arrived here at 6:45, 9 o'clock he joined in our coffee before we kick off the meeting. One of the reasons is not his fault because his visa was not issued until Tuesday, the 2nd of July. So he could take the flight on the early morning of 3rd of July, which is 3 a.m. So Professor Mao, thank you very much for coming and giving the talk and being in the panel. Then we have Professor Anna Steck, who is an expert on fire toxicity, and she has come forward and contributed to the panel. Thank you so much, Anna. We have Sakti Karunanithy, who is the health director for the Lancaster, county, and it was a valuable contribution from your perspective because we are chemists or nanoscientists, but your role is to say how you deal with the people, and also being a member of the council. Then we have got Mr. Varma, who is the Indian representative, who really came forward and talk about what Indian systems are doing. And we will continue to do this type of activities because we have got 2-3 projects running for next 2-3 years. And in that case, it's not the end at the beginning. So Mr. Varma, thanks for coming and sharing your view and being with us during the panel discussion. And then we have got Dr. Yola McCoy, who came from one of the industries from Northwest, and they are also partners since 2009, 2010 in different projects. And that's Mr. Gary Hogben, who is now in the audience, but he gave a talk in the morning regarding what they are doing with reference to industrial perspective about our project with British Council. And then we have Dr. Diba Rathod, who is a young entrepreneur as well as a PhD and involved with the United Nations, World Bank, and also a CEO of a company. So thank you, Diva, for coming forward and giving a wonderful, reason as well as your contribution to the panel, as well as your talk in the morning. So with that, I think I also thank the audience who carefully listened and contributed in the discussion, some of you, and also all of you were there since morning, help, and also there are people who presented the posters. We will announce the poster awardees between 4 and 4:30. So with that, I think we will close this session. And thank you once again, Steph, as well as Vicky. Yeah, we'll be in touch again by email and we will update. And everything is recorded. Maybe we can make some sort of video in the future and then we will share with everybody. Okay, thank you so much. So we go out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. So we go outside and then we will have a coffee. And we have arranged some sort of celebration like wine and cheese. So help yourself. And then we will come back at 4 o'clock. We will close the session and then we will announce the awards. No, we don't need to review. Have you done the calculation? Oh, pause. Okay. I think everybody is here. No, I think Diva is coming. That's the one. That's the one. Ariel, can you come for a minute? Yeah. So that's the way, right? Okay, I got it now. Thank you. I think we can wait for Diva to come. I think she has gone to. Can you call? Yeah, you can call. I think we are nearly at the end of the workshop, and I hope you all have enjoyed since morning. It was a very hectic, day today for everybody. For everybody, it was hectic in a sense that they had to come early morning at around 8:30 to 9, and then sitting and listening the lectures until now, which is 4:30. Yeah, that's a complimentary for this hard work. So the last part is the closing remarks. Okay, so I have already given the thanks to the speakers at the end of the technical sessions. I also have given thanks to the panel members, but now my job is to give the acknowledgement to the people who are not visible in front of us. Okay, that's my duty as a coordinator. The first person who should get the credit, which is Ferial Mar, who has been working, day, night in order to prepare all the flyers, prepare all the printout, prepare the certificates, abstract books, everything. Okay. I actually managed to help her yesterday a little bit, but she is very, professional and very, independent. I don't need to. I think she enjoys what she does. So she is the co-organizer of this workshop. And she has been with me more than 1 year, but she has proven to be one of the future leaders. Okay. And she has got already a named person of the new project with Professor Mao in Tianjin University. And she is doing a joint PhD program with Professor Mao and myself. Now, the next person, is a team of people who are not here. I would like to acknowledge our IT team who came one day to test all the system. And they came this morning also to set everything right. So our IT team, I should acknowledge them for this wonderful event. Then I would like to thank our catering department, I mean, they have provided the food. Yeah. So they have provided the food during the break time, coffee, and entertained. Okay. Then I would like to thank also our estate department who provided all the tables, tablecloths, chairs, yeah, ahead of the event, because they don't stay here. So they had to deliver over here in advance. Then I would say all the attendees who came over here with their own transport, correct? And then I'm just thinking, who else can, okay, our external team, relation team also, they help to marketing our event. For example, university website, yeah, they have done it. And if I miss anybody, I think I have covered most of them. Ferial, do you think anybody else should get the credit for this event? No, but they are at the part of our team, right? But I'm talking about outside the team. Catering, IT, marketing, estate, who else? Yeah, I mean, I am actually, it's like a helping to do this one, right? It's okay. But what I'm saying that University of Central Lancashire at the end, I would say that they provided us the lecture hall and free, energy and everything. If you want to rent this place to somewhere else, it will cost a lot. So University of Central Lancashire has provided us the facilities along with all the equipments and everything. For that, I would like to acknowledge University of Central Lancashire, my university, and all the other university. And finally, the books for paying everything is the British Council. So British Council China and British Council India must get the acknowledgement. Okay. So that's what I wanted to say at the end. And then finally, we will have to announce the poster awards. You know that we didn't advertise widely to get large number of posters, correct? Because we had a limited fund. We could accommodate certain number of people to come here for free registration and food, right? But in spite of that, we got some posters, and we must actually give them some sort of achievement for their hard work. So those posters we can actually announce. Some of them were in absence. So they sent us by, registration, and then we printed for them. So poster number 1 and 2, they haven't got any award, but they have got a certificate. The first one is Janitha, and the second one is Farish Harun. Okay, so they presented that poster, and another poster was Dr. Amrit Kaur. So they were only in absentia they presented. Then we had 3 posters, and all 3 will be getting some sort of award. Okay, but one thing I wanted to tell you, when I'm looking for the examiners output on those posters, I would say that all of them were like a borderline. It was very difficult to differentiate between number 1, number 2, number 3. So I've got the marks here, and when I see the marks, they are so close, like 1 and 2, the difference is 0.75 out of 100. Okay, so 0.75 difference. And the third prize is around 7-point difference. Okay, and those who haven't got the awards, their difference between the first and their own performance between 20 to 19. So because they were not here, so some of the marks were not given. So to begin with the awards, I would say the first one I will be announcing from low to top. So you can have a what do you call? Sorry? A suspense. Yeah, suspense. Who is going to get the first? So I will go with the last one, which is number 3. And this number 3 awards goes, you probably know that we announce the award value, but remember, we cannot give you a cash. The university has a regulation. The regulation is that we can give you a non-stop expenses claim form with your bank details. When you provide to me, I will arrange for money to be transferred in your account. Okay, so that's the rule. We can't give you cash. We can't give you even check, right? So university said that, okay, you go ahead with that, but they will have to complete a form, which is a non-stop expenses claim form. And that form, once I receive, we will transfer the fund to their bank account. Okay. So with that, the third prize has got 75 out of 100 out of 3 judges' reference. And that poster prize goes to P.R. Ryan, A.J. Kirkby, H. Harrell, J.H. Froman, yeah, from the Manchester Metropolitan University. So I think the awardees should be given a big applause, yeah, and come forward for a photographs, yeah.
Each had to go home to work on a dissertation, so I'm wondering where she is.
So you can take that one, yeah. To show the certificate with the value, and you can take a photo. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's coming. I was taking video now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, slide.
So the next award is the number 2, which is a value of 100 British sterling pound. And I'm going to call the next award, awardees, is written over here with a mark, which is 81.33% out of 3 referees' average marks. Okay. And that award goes to Marwa El Hariri, Ashley Jane, and Jenny Barlow. If you all can come forward, we can have a group photo. Yeah. Well done. Yeah.
Mine or look at me and smile. Thank you.
And the last one, which is the number 1 category, and that poster is from Tsinghua University, University, China, and that has got a total average point of 82%. So the previous one was 81.33, and the next one, which is number 1, has got 82%, and that goes to Ferial Mar, which is the co-organizer of the workshop. Well done, Ferial. Thank you. So I will send the form to all the award holders, and then you complete the form and send me back by email. And then I will take care about transferring the fund. Okay, we have got the fund, so we have to transfer it back. So with that, I think we conclude today's session, but we have some announcement before we say we should go. Okay, so the announcement, we have got a dinner. So majority of them, those who are going back to home, have a nice journey back. And tomorrow we are going to see Feedwater Limited with our UCLAN group members, along with Chinese and Indian partners, right? So we meet in our office. I think Professor Mao, you haven't seen my office, but Diva also haven't seen my office, right? So I will actually come to your hotel at around, I'm just thinking around 10:15, correct? And then I will take you to a meeting room. So 10:15, I will come to your hotel, and then we come to University Lecture Hall, where we can have the project meeting for half an hour. That involves Professor Anita Varma. I will take you guys, and then we will have, who else? Oshim Bhaumik, Somnath Roy. And Gary, do you want to join via Zoom if you want, or we can discuss there? Leave it, yeah? We can discuss. Yeah. So we can discuss over there if you need anything to discuss, yeah? So we'll have meeting from 10:30 to 11, half an hour, to discuss what can be done together between China, India, using those, projects. And then at 11 o'clock, we are heading towards Liverpool with 2 cars. So we will have Marwa driving with 4 people. I'm driving with 4 people. Okay. So 2 cars, 1 car will come back earlier than we go to the Liverpool city to go around. Yeah. We don't need to record this one, so we can stop recording. We conclude it.